Good morning and welcome to the Cradle-to-Career Data Systems Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting. My name is Leslie Taylor and I'm the Director of Operations here at Cradle-to-Career. Today's meeting is held in person at the Cradle-to-Career Data Systems new office at 400 R Street in Sacramento. I want to welcome and thank the members of the public who've joined us both in person and virtually. A quick note about translation services. Today we'll have Spanish interpreters with us who will be helping us to interpret the meeting. As a reminder for members speaking today, we ask that when you introduce yourselves and say your job title or affiliation, please say your name slowly, then pause briefly before proceeding with your comments. I'll model this. Leslie Taylor, Director of Operations at Cradle-to-Career. Thank you very much to Aldo Renteria and Leticia Reina, who will be interpreting for us today. To listen to comments given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of the screen that says Interpretation. Then select Language Interpretation Audio and your language, such as Spanish. You'll then hear a live rendering of the comments in Spanish. I'll pause for a moment for our interpreter to translate.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I'll go ahead and provide this in Spanish. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy. Esta reunión se llevará a cabo en inglés, sin embargo, se proporcionarán servicios de español. En breve, usted verá en la parte inferior de su pantalla, si nos acompaña de forma virtual, un icono en forma de un mundo. Favor de presionar ese icono y elegir el idioma de su preferencia. En este caso sería español. Una vez que lo elija, favor de presionar nuevamente para elegir, poner en silencio audio original para que pueda escuchar la interpretación en vivo. Si tiene algún problema técnico, favor de escribirlo en el chat, alzar su mano y con mucho gusto lo apoyaremos. Si tiene otra duda, favor de comunicarse con nosotros directamente. Muchísimas gracias y que tenga una muy buena reunión. Back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aldo and Leticia, for your expertise today.
Thank you.
As we begin today, we acknowledge this virtual meeting is taking place throughout the unceded territory of California, home to nearly 200 tribal nations. I'm joining today from Sacramento, the traditional land of the Maidu, Miwok, and Nisenan people, whose presence, past, present, and future, we honor and respect. We will now pause for a moment to reflect. Thank you. We recognize the ancestral land on which we're collectively gathered and our responsibility to support and foster learning through the dissemination of knowledge, consistent with the Cradle-to-Career Data Systems work to advance equity. We hope this acknowledgement encourages individuals to think about what it means to occupy space on Indigenous lands, and we invite attendees to learn more about the ancestral lands on which they reside at native-land.ca. Before we dig into today's work, let's take a look at what's in front of us. In total, there are 17 items on today's agenda. Our agenda, which is posted on the C2C website, specifically notes the agenda items that we'll be opening to public comment. Today, members of the Community Engagement Advisory Board will be voting on 6 agenda items, and we will open it up for member dialogue on 12 items. In total, there will be 9 opportunities for the public to engage with the advisory board. If you're a member of the public with us here in Sacramento and would like to make a comment, I request that you complete a speaker slip so I can call you by name at the appropriate time and that the record of this meeting can be full and complete. However, speaker slips are voluntary. Please give the speaker slips to Sofia Aguilar. Sofia, could you raise your hand, please, so we can see who you are? Thank you. We'll do our best to call on everyone who supplied a slip for the agenda item and recognize those who wish to make a last-minute comment. In addition, we may have members of the public who are joining us via Zoom. Please raise your hand to signal that you would like to make a comment. We will first take comments in Sacramento, and then we will open up to comments via Zoom. Although we traditionally allot 2 minutes per public comment, if we have 10 or more people who would like to comment on an agenda item, we will reduce speaking time to 1 minute to accommodate all the speakers. We have a very full agenda today and plan to end today's meeting at 3:30 p.m. We anticipate breaking for a 45-minute lunch around 12:25 p.m. and two 5-minute breaks, one in the morning around 11:30 a.m. and one in the afternoon around 2:30 p.m. Before I call this meeting to order, I have a few reminders and updates. First, I ask that all members of the advisory board and the public please silence their phones. We also ask that all those in the room be as quiet as possible for accessibility purposes, as background noise can interfere with our interpretation services. As a reminder for members of the public who've joined us here in Sacramento, copies of the meeting materials are available to you in the back left corner of the room. Additionally, you may notice board members accessing their laptops, phones, or other devices during the meeting. They are using their devices to access board meeting materials that are in an electronic format. I also ask that when members of the advisory board offer a comment, they say their name before speaking. The camera angles can be a bit tricky, and we'd like this meeting to be as transparent as possible for those who are joining us virtually. I appreciate your assistance with that today. Lastly, today's meeting will be run according to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. I would like to call the meeting to order at 10:12 a.m. and ask that Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez please call the roll.
Thank you. Member Asseltine? Member Chang? Member Countryman Quiros? Member Gamboa? Member Gonzalez? Member Gottlieb? Member Jones? Member Horstravi? Member Largo? Member Lopez Valdez? Member Lopez? Member Navarez? Member Nguyen? Member Rodriguez? Member Takagi? Member Viveras-Walton? For the record, we have 8 members present.
Thank you, Stephanie. We do not have a quorum at this time, but we'll proceed with informational items until we do have that necessary membership in place. Before we proceed, I'm going to turn it over to our Executive Director, Mary Ann Bates, for an important update.
Thank you, Leslie. Before we proceed with today's meeting, I wanted to give us an opportunity to have a moment of silence to honor the life and work of Amy Fong. It was with deep sadness that I shared with you that this past weekend, Amy Fong passed away. Amy served as the inaugural chair of the Cradle-to-Career Governing Board in the first year when it was founded, and has continued to serve as a board member. Amy was an incredible mentor and kind leader to me in the almost 3 years that I worked with her, and I know that many of you and in the broader education community have worked with her across decades. In her role as our inaugural chair for the Cradle-to-Career Board, Amy's incredible wisdom and kindness shone through. She really focused on building a collaborative culture, always looking for the both and she brought with her a deep understanding of the careful consensus that was built to launch the collaborative effort of Cradle-to-Career. She thoughtfully guided her colleagues on the governing board and our team to understand the importance of deep shared buy-in to make our work possible, whether that was as a data provider or an advocate, whether in the legislature or in the administration. So as we honor Amy's memory and think about her family and loved ones, I'd like to invite us to take a moment of silence to honor Amy Fong. Thank you. It's meaningful for me to share this moment with you. Member Gamboa wrote me a very thoughtful message and shared Leaders like Amy have set many seeds along their path, and now we will have the honor to see those flowers flourish. And I know it can seem impossible to pivot from a moment like this to celebratory moments like welcoming new members to the table and doing the work that you have ahead of you today. But I do think it's fitting. Amy planted many seeds, and we have the opportunity now to move that work forward. And even as she battled health challenges, the entire time that I worked with her, she was relentlessly focused on the future and focused on continuing to build. And so I think that as we move the work forward today, we can do that in honor of her and her memory. So with that, I'd like to invite us to continue with our meeting today, and thank you for sharing this moment together and honoring her memory. I'm going to provide a bit of context for the next agenda item on our agenda, which is the swearing in of new members. Because one of the 3 members we're going to swear in today is not yet here, I would like us to move this and delay it until perhaps after the executive director update, so we can do that all together. But I'll just provide a bit of context, and then we'll move back to the swearing in at that time. At the August 14th governing board meeting, the governing board appointed 4 new community engagement advisory board members to serve a 3-year term through 2027. And all 4 of those members accepted their appointments. One update on those 4 appointments: member Azeltine has chosen to step down from his appointment to the Community Engagement Advisory Board. So at the August 14th governing board meeting, the governing board also approved 4 runners-up for this advisory board. So the office is currently in the process of connecting with runners-up in order to fill that vacancy on this board. So you can expect to welcome our potential new member at your next meeting, which will be in March of 2025. So I wanted to give that update. Like I said, we will return to the swearing in and do the oath once the 3rd member who's going to be sworn in today is here. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Leslie.
Thank you. Before we move on to agenda item 3, I'd like to note for the record that member Viveros Walton and member Khosravi have arrived, and we now have a quorum. We'll now move on to agenda item 3, update on the Office of Cradle-to-Career Data. C2C's Executive Director, Marianne Bates, will be presenting this item.
Thank you. My goal with the Executive Director update is to give you an update on what we have been up to since we last saw you in July over the summer, and to give you an update on the work of the office. If we can go to the next slide, please. So one new bit of work I wanted to highlight, which is that the governing board has chosen liaisons, governing board members who can serve as liaisons to the advisory boards. So the purpose of this is to have a governing board member who's charged with understanding your work on this board so that they can bring that perspective to the governing board's deliberations. This includes listening and learning during your meetings and being charged with following your recommendation process in detail. So member Nellum, Dr. Christopher Nellum, is on the governing board, and he has graciously agreed to be the liaison to your board. He previously served on this board, so this is a particularly nice fit. So we're excited that will be serving in that capacity. One update on this is that member Nellum is currently on parental leave, so he is not listening in to today's meeting. But I'm grateful that we do have our governing board chair, Gavin Payne, who is stepping in on behalf of member Nellum today and listening in for at least part of the meeting. So thank you, Chair Payne, for filling in for member Nellum today. Next slide, please. For your counterparts on the Data and Tools Advisory Board, governing board member Ana Luz Gonzalez Vasquez is the one who has agreed to be the liaison to that board, so she'll be filling a similar role for the Data and Tools Board. Next slide, please. Okay, what I'm going to do in the next few slides is give you an overview of the 12-month work plan for the current fiscal year. So as you may know, the state has a fiscal year that starts July 1st and then runs through the next summer. So for fiscal year 24-25, we're just one part of the way through that. The governing board each year adopts and approves a work plan for our office. This is tailored to the strategic plan. So as you may recall, a year ago, the governing board put in place a 3-year strategic plan that had specific goals for each of our areas of work. Our work plan is modeled after that, and we also update our timeline each year. So next slide, please. So I'm now going to go through each of these verticals. So first, on the operations side, and if you would like to follow along on this in more detail, I will just highlight for you and for members of the public, our resources page on our website has all of our planning documents, including the work plan and the strategic plan. So one of the main highlights operations side is that we reached a team size of 26, which includes fellows and retired annuitants, and 4 vacancies, which I believe might actually be down to 3 as of just a day ago. So we have 3 open vacancies right now. All of those are in our data infrastructure team around information security and the build of the data system. So I would be deeply grateful. You as advisory board members have played a very crucial role in getting word about our open positions out to your networks. Our jobs page has links to all of our open positions. Please help spread the word. We would love your help in the recruitment for that. So this year's focus in operations will be on continued employee engagement, continuity of operations. That's a formal process the state has to ensure that every department has a plan in place if there are disruptions, natural disasters, or anything else to make sure that our work can continue, and then ongoing minimization of vacancies. Next slide, please. Analytical data. So the analytical data is the build of the underlying linked data set that we're building here at Cradle-to-Career. And major accomplishments last fiscal year were the first ingestion of data in October. So that was about a year ago. For the very first time, 8 of our partners submitted their data to us all in the same month. And then last March, all of those providers, again, that was for the initial historical data in October. And then in March, our data providers shared data for the prior academic year. And that's now going to be routine, where every March we receive data from our data providers. So it's a huge lift for them and for our team to prepare for this. And we're very excited about that work. This year's focus has been on the data mastering, so stitching that data together across the different sources and looking at potential additional workforce and earnings data, developing the dashboards, and creating frameworks for the future query builder and data request process for researchers. Next slide. So this part of the work plan is what we call practical tools or operational tools. As you know, we have 2 tools named in statute, californiacolleges.edu and eTranscript California, which we're charged with supporting in the scale up. So one important piece is that in the first half of this year, we convened the eTranscript Task Force. We'll have more about that in a moment, conducted our annual student experience report, and facilitated the California College Guidance Initiative's work with our data providers. So this year's focus will be on focusing on the technical requirements to scale a revamped eTranscript California. So we're convening the higher education partners around that. This year, the UC Davis Education Lab is partnering with us on that student experience report. So we're excited about that partnership, and we continue to collaborate with CCGI. Next slide. On engagement, we conducted a demographic survey for all 3 boards, and you did that as well. Thank you. This was in response to a Data and Tools Advisory Board member's request about 2 years ago to understand more about the demographics of Cradle-to-Career's leadership. So we'll keep doing that annually, as inviting you as board members to share your demographic information so that we can transparently share that on our website. And so the public can know who's making decisions for this data system. We received feedback on the dashboards from communities. You'll have a chance this afternoon to see previews of that as well. And we refined website accessibility. And so that will be the work we continue this year, and continuing to get feedback and do focus groups and ensuring that we reach the breadth of California's communities with our work. Next slide, please. For the boards, we conducted the first round of feasibility studies for recommendations that came from you and from your colleagues on the Data and Tools Advisory Board. We also refined and developed a new process for the public to submit ideas for recommendations to the advisory boards. And the Data and Tools Advisory Board got a number of those recommendations from the public, which was exciting to see. We've onboarded new members, and the governing board conducted an annual governance survey. And so we will continue focusing on that routine and annual work of all three of our boards in the coming year. Next slide. I want to highlight a few early wins from our partners. So this is going a bit deeper on the practical tools side now. So as I mentioned, we're charged with expanding these two specific schools. California colleges in particular, with the state's investment in making that tool free to districts, has really expanded their reach recently. So expanding the reach of 6th to 12th grade students by an additional 500,000 students in the past year, which is really exciting that they're having these tools at their disposal for college and career planning. On data alignment, the CCGI developed in collaboration with our partners in higher education and CDE as well, developed the California High School Transcript and Student Record Portability Standard. It's a mouthful, but what it means is that there's now going to be alignment in electronic record transmission with CCGI that will smooth the process. And more broadly, there's coordination with the UC, University of California, on importing the course management portal matched A to G courses and grades with CCGI. So the big theme here is all about institutions and the state doing the work of data integration to remove administrative burdens from students and put it on us, right? We as the state, we as institutions need to carry those burdens so that it's easier for young people to navigate the educational institutions. And then eTranscript California, the task force convened and provided more than 80 recommendations that we've posted on our website and that you can see. The way I would summarize this is oftentimes recommendations are either bold or specific, but rarely both. And I think I'm really proud of the work the task force did, because I do think those recommendations are both bold and specific. And it's really exciting to see the work that is already being spurred through that. So feel free to take a look at those on our website as well. I want to highlight a few partnerships we were selected for. You may be familiar with the Office of Data and Innovation, ODI. They are also under the Government Operations Agency, same as C2C. They do wonderful work across the state, and we were selected for their Modern Data Stack Accelerator, which means that our team will be able to benefit from their bandwidth and expertise and work together with them. We were also selected to be a part of an equity in practice learning community by Actionable Intelligence for Social Policy. It's a group at the University of Pennsylvania who've long done work on data integration and longitudinal data systems. And this equity in practice learning community is specifically focused on centering racial equity in data integration. So we've already learned quite a bit from engaging with them. Some members of our team have the opportunity to travel to Montgomery, Alabama, coming up next week, to be a part of that community. So we're really excited about what we're learning from our counterparts in other states and from our colleagues at the University of Pennsylvania. Next slide. Okay, if we can advance just one more. So I want to take a little bit of a step back and talk about where we are on the build of the analytical data system in this cradle-to-career picture. So oversimplifying the 200 plus data points that are in our legal agreement, we have some pictures here. So broadly, we have early learning and care, and I'd highlight also health and human services data. We have K-12 data, we have post-secondary data, and workforce and earnings data. One more advancement, please. Okay, so if you look at what data has already come into our data system, much of that is in K-12 and post-secondary. And early learning and care is a high priority. It's in our name, right? Cradle to Career. But the data on early learning and care has not yet been collected at the state in a way that can be submitted to the data system. So we're working closely with our partners at CDE, with our partners at the Department of Social Services. And once those new data systems are up and running, we're planning now for that to be integrated into the data system. Workforce and earnings is circled. And it says 2024, 2025 focus. In our 5-year timeline from the beginning, there had been a plan to bring more workforce and earnings data into the data system. So we're working very closely with our partners at Labor and Workforce Development Agency, their departments and others to explore what are the possibilities. And you'll hear more about this later today as well. Next slide, please. One more. So thinking about the big picture of data that's coming in, I also wanted to share a little bit of my vision for how I see the role of the state and the role of entities we're partnering with in truly maximizing the value of the data in the data system. So what does the state need to do? One important thing is that we need to set a learning agenda. And what I mean by that is that we need to be clear why we're bringing this data together. We're not bringing all this data together just because we're intellectually curious about it, right? There were 6 specific topics in the Cradle-to-Career Data System Act that outlined topics around education, workforce outcomes, higher education, financial aid. And so being clear about, what are those unanswered questions? What are the topics that we as a state really believe need to be tackled with this data is important. And then it's our job to link the data, create the data tools, create a data request process. Next. And then on the outside, right, not the state, communities, researchers, philanthropy are the ones who will then conduct studies with the data because we're to be a neutral source of information and not make policy recommendations ourselves. And there's an opportunity for philanthropy to fund, create an innovation fund, for instance, to enable equitable access to that data and so that many researchers and partners can engage in that. And then the third, if you can advance again. And then on the back end of all of that, it's our responsibility, and we're charged with creating a research library to capture those lessons. So we'll create a library of studies done with the data in the data system. And it's also, I believe, our responsibility to foster research transparency practices, to be as transparent as we can about the studies that are being done with the data, what they found, and so that people can see all of that. So this is kind of a big picture vision of where we're going and what I believe will be an important part of maximizing the value of the Cradle-to-Career data. Next slide. Okay, I'm not going to read through all of this. I just want to give a plug for the amazing annual legislative report that our engagement team put together, which included this the slide of just highlighting by the numbers the impact of the work that we've collectively created over the last fiscal year. One more slide. So this is a teaser. If you're curious to know more about, the 53 members of our boards and the 29 public meetings and the 18 signatures that are now on our legal agreements, feel free to dig into the legislative report, which is also on our website as well. Okay, are there any questions or comments about the executive director update? Turn it back over to Leslie to facilitate.
Thank you, Marianne. We'll open it up for member questions or comments. Please.
So EC data, don't understanding that.
Your mic.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Completely understanding it's not on the state level. It's something that I deal with in LA County often. Knowing that some counties do collect ECE data, is there any intention to work with counties before you work with the state while they build that up, or anything in the pipeline?
Thank you for that question. And that was Member Gottlieb. So the way the Cradle-to-Career data system is set up is to work with state level partners who are collecting and integrating data at the state level. So at this time, we do not have plans to be able to collect data individually from counties or other smaller entities within the state, either for early childhood education information or for other kinds of information. We work with our state level partners. So those state level partners for this data would be the Department of Education, as well as the Department of Social Services, which is building the ECIDS data system, the Early Childhood Integrated Data System, I believe is that acronym. So we're working very closely with Ryan Gillette and the team at DSS who's building that data system. Thank you for that question.
Member Navarez.
Jackie Navarez. Thank you so much. I'm just asking for a reminder about National Student Clearinghouse data with reference to C2C. I need a reminder. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer that question. So during the planning process, there was discussion about bringing National Student Clearinghouse data into the data system. The National Student Clearinghouse collects data from universities across the country, and what their data can add to the data system is basically illuminating where students in California attend either for-profit or nonprofit colleges, or students who go to high school in California but then go to college out of state. And so we're having conversations with the National Student Clearinghouse about that, as well as with many of our higher education partners already have relationships with them as well. So we are exploring avenues to be able to bring that data into the data system as well. The initial dashboards that we're launching first will focus on public high school to public higher education pathways. If we're able to bring that data in, then we'll be able to have that fuller picture.
Member Gamboa, will we be bringing in data for CET and blue collar training certificate programs as well on there?
Thank you for that question. We receive data from the community colleges already that touches on some data related to the question that you're asking, but part of what you're asking actually relates directly to what I mentioned around bringing in additional workforce and training data with our partners at Labor and Workforce Development Agency as well. So that's part of what we're going to be discussing with our data partners this fall and then in a task force in the spring as well. So I know there's a lot of interest in being able to bring in more data on workforce training as well. Is that a +1?
Member Navarez, I thought Member Gamboa might say this, so I didn't. With regards to our military branches and, enlistment, do we have any prospects of bringing any information into our data system from those branches?
Thanks for asking that question. I know that was something that was explored during the planning process. It's not something that we have in our hopper for immediate right now, but happy to continue to explore possibilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members, for those thoughtful questions and comments. Given that we now have a quorum and all of our new members in place, I think I'd like to take us back to agenda item 2 so that we can celebrate our new advisory board members.
Okay, let me take it from here. Okay, so we're going to now do the swearing in of our 3 new advisory board members. In a moment, if you can join me in front of the seal and by the flags, we will go there to take the oath, and then you'll sign those as well, and then we'll return to the tables and you'll have an opportunity to introduce yourself to the board. Okay, so we're ready to take the oath to join the Community Engagement Advisory Board. So please raise your right hand and you have your left hand on the Constitution. So I'll read first and then you'll repeat. So we'll start by stating your name. I
Natalia Gonzalez,
Lisa Countryman,
Darrell Jones,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. The swearing-ins are my favorite part. This is such a, it doesn't matter how many times we do this oath, it still just makes me get goosebumps. No, I can pause. So feel free to take your seats again, and then you'll have an opportunity to introduce yourselves. Oh, actually, sorry, I forgot the most important part. We're going to sign the oath now. So you'll sign on the top line here, and then I'll sign lower down on the sheet. And here, this is Member Jones. You're official.
Thank you to Marianne Bates for administering the oath. I would now like to ask our new members to provide a quick introduction to their fellow members and the public when they see their name on the screen. Let's begin with Member Countryman Quiroz.
All right. Hi, my name is Lisa Countryman Quiroz. I am the CEO of Jewish Vocational Service. We are headquartered in San Francisco, but we serve the whole state of California through a wide variety of partnerships with employers and community colleges and other local nonprofit and community-based organizations. We are focused on helping job seekers, every Californian, achieve economic mobility, and we do this with a racial equity lens. We are extremely data-driven and very proud that on average, our job seekers are increasing their earnings 136%, getting to average earnings of over $106,000 a year. And so that's part of why I'm so interested in becoming part of this group and this community to inform the way these data systems connect, because I deeply believe in the return on investment of our programs. And because we invest deeply in individuals, they are able to achieve these really significant outcomes. Thank you for having me. And I apologize for being late.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalia Gonzalez. I was born and raised, and I currently reside in the Eastern Coachella Valley, Coachella, the city of Coachella. It's not only a festival. And I have the honor and privilege to be the community engagement and partnership representative for the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Gomez. And I am also a full-time doctoral student at USC. So I also have the opportunity to bring that perspective. And I'm just really excited to be here with you all and very honored to share this space with you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Darrell Jones. I am born and raised in the city of San Bernardino, first generation college graduate, went to Cal State San Bernardino, graduated from San Bernardino High School, so San Bernardino through and through. But I currently work for Blue Educational Foundation. We are a nonprofit based in San Bernardino, focused on college and career access work. Currently, we're partnered with San Bernardino City Unified, Rialto Unified, and Fontana Unified, just making sure that we're providing educational equity for our students in terms of making sure that they have a strong trajectory towards whatever career path they're interested in, whether they want to be an electrician or electrical engineer, making sure that we're giving them the tools that enable them to do so. But I've been there for the past 5 years now, doing some amazing work with some students, and happy to be here. Again, work for Blue Educational Foundation. My name is Darrell Jones. I'm the Career Programs Manager, and happy to be here with you all.
Wonderful. Thank you to all our new advisory board members. We'd like to officially welcome you to the Community Engagement Advisory Board. We're grateful to have your insights and participation. For more information about our new Community Engagement Advisory Board members, including biography and term dates, please visit the Cradle-to-Career website. Thank you to my colleague Angelique Palomar for updating our member information page. I encourage everyone to take a look. Please take this opportunity to join me in one more round of applause to welcome our new members. All right, we'll now go to agenda item 4. Overview of the Cradle-to-Career Advisory Board recommendation, Marianne Bates, C2C's Executive Director, Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, C2C's Board Liaison and Governance Specialist, and Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs, will be presenting this item.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, and I'm the C2C Board Liaison and Governance Specialist. So for this agenda item, I'd like to refer members to this staff report that was created for this agenda item. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. I will begin this presentation today by providing members with some background on the authority of CEAB and the scope of proposals. At that point, I will pass it off to Executive Director Marianne Bates, and she will give a high-level overview of the 2024 Advisory Board proposal process, where she will begin by providing members with some key background information into the process. Ryan Estrellado will then walk members through what to expect for today's meeting during our proposal agenda items. So specifically, this is in reference to agenda items 5, 6, and 8. And he will also provide additional information into the feasibility study process. I will then conclude today's presentation by outlining the next steps in the advisory board proposal process. Next slide, please. So pursuant to Education Code 10865B1B, the responsibility of the Community Engagement Advisory Board is to examine whether the office is creating strong feedback loops with data users, supporting evidence-based decision-making and analytical capacity, and ensuring equitable access to information. In regards to your scope of proposals, as specified in the governance manual, the Community Engagement Advisory Board may then make formal recommendations about the community engagement framework to the governing board with the purpose of improving C2C's feedback loops. I will now pass it off to Director Bates to give a high-level overview of the advisory board process and the task for CEAB members today. Thank you, Marianne.
Thank you, Stephanie. So I'm going to walk through a couple of things from the governance manual because this is a complex process, and I think it would be useful to just revisit the process before you do the hard work of what's on the rest of the agenda for today. So context on this, before we jump into the governance manual, I just want to flag that I want to go over this because we have some new things in two different ways. One, we have new members who are here for their very first meeting, who are jumping in the middle of this process, and so I thought it would be helpful to go through the process. The other piece is the process of selecting 3 ideas to advance is new for you as a board, because last year there was one proposal that was brought before you as a board, and that one proposal advanced. The Data and Tools Advisory Board last year had more than 3. They had more than 3 this year as well. So they've gone through this routine of needing to prioritize 3, but this is a new step for you. So I thought it'd be helpful to go through the process. The other thing I just want to flag again, before we go into the weeds on this, is that 3 proposals can advance to our feasibility process. That doesn't mean that the remaining proposals vaporize, right? We have an archive on our website where proposals that are submitted can stay. They can be picked up in new ways in future years. Even just having them elevated in this forum and having us discuss them can also inform the work that the office is doing and how we're thinking about it. So I just wanted to highlight that. Okay, the governance manual. This is a document that is on our website. What is it? The governance manual defines and describes the authority, policies, and procedures for the oversight and governance of the Cradle-to-Career data system. This is a document that is voted on and adopted by the governing board. And each year they have created a governance manual review committee of the governing board, and that body can make updates to the governance manual. So for example, last year, this time, and over the winter, the committee formed, heard ideas from you, from the Data and Tools Advisory Board, from members of the public around the desire to have a path for members of the public to directly submit proposal ideas. And so the committee was able to hear those ideas and revise the governance manual as a part of that. So that's how the advisory board proposal process is defined. That committee makes updates to it. And at the November 15th meeting coming up, the governing board would again have the opportunity to form that committee and do that work again over the winter. Okay. One more piece of context for that part from last year. So as I mentioned, the committee formed, made a number of updates to the governance manual, including that part of revising the process. And then last February, at the February meeting, the governing board voted to adopt the manual. And then our office shared updates with you at your March meeting earlier this year about those updates to the governing manual. So like last year, if you have ideas for process improvements, you can share those via letter or public comment for the November governing board meeting or at those committee meetings as well. Next slide. Okay, the annual proposal process consists of several stages throughout the year. And what the graphic you see, I realize it is too small to read. I'm just highlighting it because it's a graphic from the governance manual. So members of the public, or if you would like to look into this in more detail, you can see that in the governance manual. But the main thing to see from this is that there's a cycle that starts in the spring, progresses to the summer, to the fall, and then to the spring again. And where we're at right now is that center purple circle that says fall. This is your fall meeting where the advisory board decides which 3 proposals to advance to the office for a feasibility study. And if you look just to the lower left before that, the pre-meeting, what happened before this meeting, the advisory board submits proposal forms to the office, which are then publicly posted. So those were your ideas that you brought forward. And then an ad hoc committee may convene to discuss those proposals. And then advisory board members fill out a pre-meeting survey to rank the proposals. So that's where we're at in the process right now. Next slide. Okay, one of the handouts which I believe you have at your desk is the one that you see a screenshot of on the right with the orange bars. This is the handout that we gave you in your meeting in the spring, which outlines the whole process and the different dates and the different complexities of this. So I just wanted to highlight that piece. So in the governance manual, it describes the community engagement advisory board will convene in a public session in the spring. At this meeting, the advisory board will review and approve a proposal form and a rubric. So that's the work that you did in March this past year. And as I mentioned this year, to go along with that proposal form and rubric, the office provided you with this handout that gave information on the breakdown of the proposal process and the dates. So this, if you're a member of the public following along, you can find this on the C2C website for the March 20th, 2024 Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting materials. Next slide, please. All right, next section of the governance manual. At the summer advisory board meeting, members will be provided dedicated time to publicly discuss the ideation of recommendations received from the public. So as I mentioned, I believe this year community engagement did not receive any ideas from the public, but the Data and Tools Advisory Board did. And the summer meeting was the moment that provided an opportunity to discuss those ideas from the public. Then continuing at the summer meeting, members will also determine if they would like to form an ad hoc committee of up to 5 members who will convene publicly and be charged with writing a report with the recommended prioritization of the proposal forms received. The report will be due and posted on the Cradle-to-Career website at least 1 week prior to the pre-meeting survey. So that's the section of the governance manual about proposal development and the formation of an ad hoc committee. Next slide. So beginning this year, members of the public were able to submit proposals. And generally speaking, advisory board members are able to submit their own proposals, sponsor a proposal form that was submitted by a member of the public, or a previously submitted proposal from a member, or they can further refine concepts from a public proposal or a previously submitted proposal. So as I mentioned this year, we didn't have any public proposals, and the only proposal that was submitted last year advanced to the governing board that was about student representation on the advisory boards. And just to read out loud this section of the governance manual, the proposal form must be submitted by community engagement advisory board members at least 1 month before the fall advisory board meeting and posted on the Cradle-to-Career website. And then, as I mentioned, they can choose to submit their own forms or refine a previously submitted one. So in total, the office received 6 member proposal submissions from this board. And all proposals are housed in the archive, which can be found on our website. Next slide, please. All right, the pre-meeting survey. So the governance manual section on this states, using a pre-meeting survey, advisory board members will rank order proposals. Advisory board members will use a rubric developed by the office that was discussed in the spring meeting to evaluate the proposal, to examine potential impact, and to align it with the C2C vision, mission, and authority. So on September 9th, the office shared this pre-meeting survey with members so that you could rank all 6 member proposed submissions for your board. In addition, the office shared with members of the community engagement proposal a resource packet, which included all 6 proposals and background information documents, a background document from the office that provides information to support the prioritization of potential community engagement activities for the data system. This also included a community engagement resource document that identifies if the proposal would require changes to the governance manual or changes to statute, the rubric, and then the ad hoc committee's proposal prioritization report. So that was the report that the ad hoc committee had provided. The pre-meeting survey was due back to the office by Monday, September 23rd at noon. The office received an 81% response rate to the pre-meeting survey, with 13 out of 16 members who responded to the survey by the noon deadline. 2 members responded to the survey after the deadline, and 1 member who is on leave did not respond to the survey. And then the office, just for context, I'm happy to share that with members that the top 3 proposal prioritization does not change with the inclusion or exclusion of the 2 survey responses received after the deadline. So we tabulated it both ways and the outcome was the same. Okay, next slide, please. All right, now I'm showing you the ad hoc committee charter. So at your July meeting, which you had jointly with the Data and Tools Advisory Board, this board voted to approve the following charter for the ad hoc committee. There's a charter document, and the motion was move to approve the ad hoc committee charter, designate up to 5 CEAB members to form an ad hoc committee, and authorize the ad hoc committee to prioritize 3 top proposals in a written report to provide as a resource to CEAB members to aid the prioritization process members perform individually. So I wanted to read through that, and the part to highlight here is that you as a board charged the committee with writing that report to inform your individual prioritization. You did not charge the ad hoc committee with deciding which 3 proposals would be prioritized for today's meeting, but rather to create the report that could inform your review. And I want to give a huge thank you to the members of that committee. You met twice, carefully discussing the proposals and creating the report, which was a non-trivial lift. So many thanks to members Gamboa, Khosravi, Navarez, Nguyen, and Tagaki, who served on that ad hoc committee and created the report. So as I mentioned, the office posted the report on our website as a resource on the proposal webpage. In addition, members received the report in the packet of materials that was shared with you along with your pre-meeting survey. All right, now we're going to talk about proposal presentations and amendments. This is what you're going to do today. So beginning in 2024, in order to bring more structure and efficiency to the amendment process based on what we learned last year, the office developed an amendment form as a resource to help advisory board members deliberate and clarify their thoughts so that we can capture the amendments as the authors of those amendments intended. So prior to today's meeting, advisory board members had an opportunity to submit the amendment form through the submission window from October 2nd through October 7th. So this is the section of the governance manual that speaks to that. At the fall advisory board meeting, up to 3 proposals that were prioritized in the pre-meeting survey will be considered. The advisory board member who submitted the proposal will present the idea to the advisory board, followed by public comment. Then the advisory board members will discuss the proposal to evaluate whether the proposal would effectively address the issue that has been flagged and would meaningfully advance the work of C2C. and advisory board members may make amendments to the proposal. So going back to the proposal form, as I mentioned, the submission window misspoke. The amendment form submission window was from October 2nd through the 7th. The form you used states that amendments are defined as clarifications to the proposal, and all amendments received during the submission window have been shared with members and posted online in the meeting materials in preparation for today's meeting. So big picture, this is now your work for today. Each of the 3 proposals that you prioritized via your pre-meeting survey will present, and then you'll have an opportunity to discuss amendments that were submitted. And then later today, you will receive a presentation from members Gottlieb, member Nguyen, and member Takagi, who submitted those 3 proposals. For the 3 proposals that were not advanced in the pre-meeting survey, those are housed in the proposal archive on our website, as I mentioned, and members could choose to sponsor those in future advisory board process cycles as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so the work for you today is then in voting. So let's take a look at what the governance manual says about that. Advisory board members will be asked to vote on whether the proposal should be advanced to the office so that it can conduct a feasibility study regarding legal requirements, startup and ongoing costs to the office and to the data providers, and any political or other implications that would jeopardize the neutrality of the office. Before voting, there will be another period of public comment. The vote shall require a simple majority of those present. Next slide. Okay, so now let's look at the milestones and we'll summarize all of this together. As we discussed in August and early September, the ad hoc committee met twice. And then in early September, the ad hoc committee's report was posted. September 23rd, the pre-meeting survey was due. Then we had the amendment window. And now today, here we are at the presentation of the proposals and your opportunity to take action on those. Next slide. For the meeting today, there were multiple mentions of public comments. So just wanted to lay this out because it's a little complicated and wanted to make sure you know and any members of the public who are dialed in and wish to give public comment. So for each of these proposals, what we'll do is first, there's the proposal presentation. Then there's member discussion of that presentation and public comment so that you can hear if there's any considerations from the public early on. And then we'll discuss potential amendments. So Amendment A, Amendment B, some of the proposals had 1 or 2, discussion of amendment, and then public comment and a vote on the amendment as well. So these are the different parts. And I want to walk through a little bit on how this will work with the voting specifically. So as I mentioned, we hear the proposal from the proposal author. Then there's a first opportunity for public comment. Then you can hear and discuss submitted individual amendments from the amendment author. And this is where, Ryan and Kathy will help with that presentation. Then there's public comment. If a motion is made and seconded to approve an amendment, then you would conduct a vote on that amendment. This process will be repeated based on whether there's 1 or more amendments. And then once the amendments are considered, then you would vote on the proposal with any approved amendments. So does that sequencing make sense? So vote on the amendments, vote on the proposal. Okay, if there's a motion made for an amendment. All right, that was a lot. I just want to acknowledge that the process outlined in the governance manual is complex. This was revised and developed last year in response to a desire for more structure and to try to make it as structured as possible. So I just want to say out loud, I understand this is a complicated process and it took some time even to just talk through it just now. So deep breath. And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ryan Estriato, who's going to continue the process of walking through the proposals.
Thank you, Marianne. Hi, good morning, everybody. Ryan Estriato, Director of Data Programs. And we'll now shift from talking about the proposals to an overview of the feasibility studies themselves. These feasibility studies are a part of expanding the office's outreach efforts and communication processes. The advisory board shares proposals for improving engagement efforts. The office then does a feasibility study on up to 3 that the advisory boards select. Next, the advisory board reviews the results of the study to decide on advancing recommendations to the governing board, and the governing board then uses these feasibility studies to discuss moving forward with proposals. The process is designed to ensure that proposals the governing board votes on are aligned with the objectives of the office. When doing a feasibility study, the office focuses on these key questions. Mainly, can this proposal be successfully completed, and are additional resources required to execute the proposal? I'm now going to share 2 more specific considerations that we look at when we do the feasibility studies. First one is cost. We pay particular attention to startup costs, ongoing costs, and other costs. An understanding of these financial implications is essential to determine the proposal's feasibility in its initial phases and also in the long run. And the second specific consideration is compliance. This includes analyzing the feasibility of scope, implications for data privacy, and also any risks to the neutrality of the office. The office then shares the feasibility study at the advisory board meetings in the spring. Note that for this spring meeting, proposals will be publicly posted to allow for a period of public comment. The advisory board votes to decide if the proposal should be recommended to the governing board, and the advisory board will have the opportunity to discuss potential changes prior to voting. And with that, I'll hand it back to Stephanie to complete this part of the presentation.
Thank you, Marianne and Ryan, for that informative overview. So just putting what Ryan said into next steps. So at the March 26, 2025 Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting, members will receive a presentation from the office on the results of the feasibility study for each proposal. And at that point, members will decide which proposals should advance to the governing board. Proposals will be presented to the governing board at the May 9th, 2025 meeting, and the governing board may vote on the proposals. That will conclude our presentation. I would like to hand it back to Leslie Taylor to lead members through questions and comments. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you for that presentation, Marianne, Stephanie, and Ryan. Before we move on to our next agenda item, I will open up the floor for any member questions or comments, and would also like to invite any members to share their thoughts.
Mine are not related to this, but I just wanted to do a temperature check because I'm really cold and I don't want to ask to raise the temperature unless my other colleagues here are okay with it. I could go to the car and grab another blanket. I don't know if that's possible, but I just wanted to elevate that.
We'll get on that. Thank you.
Well, I also want to check if everyone's okay with the temperature, I'll go grab another blanket. I don't want it to change. I'm cold. Okay.
It's cold in here. Okay, we'll get right on that. Member host Ravi, I see your hand raised.
Thank you so much. Good morning, friends. Member host Ravi speaking. First of all, I apologize for not being there in person today. I was planning on coming over, but due to some personal issues arising, had to join remotely. I really wish I was there in person because I feel like this discussion would have been easier had with me being there, but so apologies in advance. Also want to extend my sincere gratitudes and thanks to the staff for doing the best they can to follow this indeed complicated and complex process. I had brought this issue up in the preparation, so given folks in the staff team a little bit of a heads up that I was gonna come in and talk about this issue just because this has been a concern for me. So I want to share this with the fellow members on the committee as well. So the process that happened, I was able to partake as an ad hoc committee member. And for transparency purposes, I also was a proposal provider on one of the 6 proposals was mine. So I recognize there's a slight bit of challenge with that, perhaps something to consider for future years. Something that I offered, frankly, that, hey, if I'm a proposal provider, should I be on the ad hoc committee? But at the time, there seemed to be no issues with that, which I was fine with. So, okay, then I'll serve there. But I want to put my remarks on a few notes. Director Bates, thank you for providing those process review. I want to just clarify a few things from staff, because my read of the governing manual is the process does not provide a specific timeline of when the prioritization survey needs to be due. That was a pretty arbitrary deadline, right? So we could have indeed, as you pointed out to, nearly 1 in 5 members didn't fill it out in time. Yes, the action didn't change at the end of it, but it was a rushed process, and it could have indeed had an extra week of extension when we knew that members of the committee had not filled out. So that to me is flag number 1. Flag number 2 is that the governing manual itself doesn't actually say, and I went back and looked at it as you were pointing out, it doesn't actually say that this prioritization survey should be done before the amendment. In fact, it's the reverse. So we submit the proposals for at least a month before the fall meeting, and then members of the committee will have the chance to sponsor or take up or submit or amend proposals. That's what the government, and this is my read of it. If I'm incorrect, please correct me. My read of it is that all 6 proposals should have been put up for amendments before the prioritization survey gets done. So the way it happened, where first the prioritization survey was sent, and then we were told those 3 proposals can be amended further, is actually done incorrectly. It should have been the other way around. So all 6 should have been put out for amendments, and then we prioritize the ones that we want to come in and discuss it here. Now, the reason I bring this up is because as an ad hoc member, that was the proposal that I was under, that was the process I was under assumption of. And I don't know about my fellow ad hoc members. I'd like to seek their input on this as well. But when we went in the ad hoc committee and we met twice, and we, by the way, went over that rubric in detail over several hours and discussed the very same process and proposal, challenges that was just laid out and what the feasibility study will probably look at. And we evaluated all 6 of the proposals. We came back with a series of recommended proposals for the body to take up. That felt like we had very clearly done our job of recommending to the body what to do. And then when the survey got sent out, it felt like it was just a subtitle in the corner of a piece, like, oh, there's also this attachment. There wasn't a clear made up, hey, by the way, the committee has recommended these 3. And if we actually look back at the survey itself, the 3 proposals that did not make it through were last 3 proposals on the 6 that was sent out in this prioritization survey. And so we're a data-driven group and folks, so I'd like to, I think we can all appreciate the fact that there are survey ordering biases. That it's an actual factual thing that when you have the survey putting the order of solutions in the way it is, and it doesn't automatically rotate, and Google Forms allows for that so that the options can change and orders can change, but that wasn't the case with this meeting prioritization survey. So the 3 on the bottom, the 3 proposals on the last 3, all got rejected. I don't want to point any fingers at anybody. I think that it is, to your point and to the staff's point, it's a very complex proposal process. It's one that we're trying to learn. It's a good issue to have, frankly, because we want to have more proposals so that we can have the diversity of options and opinions and thoughts. But I do think there were some serious concerns with the process, the way it happened. And I do think that we, frankly, as a body, may have erroneously made mistakes in what we picked, because we, didn't actually know fully what was the recommendations of the ad hoc committee, because it wasn't properly communicated. We weren't given enough time and the extensions necessary to do it. And by the way, even the proposals that are on the website are not the latest proposals. That I know for a fact. We sat down with staff and got feedback right after we submitted them and took a bunch of those amendments and accepted those. And they are not the latest proposals that are reflected. So even those proposals that were linked to the email that was sent out is not the final piece. And I'll use my own example of the said proposal as an example where we came in. It was a whole different structure than when I sat down with Stephanie and with Mary Kay and with the legal team, and we looked over it and we went over it and got some recommendations and actually completely changed my proposal from the beginning. So I think that we as a body, frankly, voted on old items on a rush timeline that didn't need to be, was unnecessarily rushed. And several of these flaws led me to believe that we are making a decision today without being properly equipped with the information and tools that we need to do so. So that's what I want to share. And I want to pause now to hear what other folks, so if it's just me thinking this way, I'm happy to set aside. And I know I've aired this internally as well, but I want to share it with other folks and feel genuinely, members of this body, did you all genuinely feel like you had every information that you had? You had all the proposals, you had everything? Because I didn't think that I had it. So I'll stop my time now. Thank you.
Member Navarez.
Member Navarez, first of all, I want to thank Member Khosravi for sharing some of his concerns. I too had a proposal submitted, so I want to make that explicitly clear. But I had spoken with the C2C board because I too was confused. There were processes that I didn't understand. Some of the flow of how how everything was supposed to be laid out. So I take any responsibility that if my own misunderstanding, but I also think that somewhat can be astute in some ways. So if it was confusing to me, and as you were very clearly saying, that this is a complicated process. So I just want to make that be very transparent. The other thing, speaking of the word transparent, that I did have cause for concern is that the survey was done, without public consumption. And so I, not knowing, how things were ranked, I feel like our community may have viewed the ad hoc committee, saw proposals that were put forward, and then now we're in a different situation. So I just think that in looking at the governance manual, that we may want to consider our public's optics, because I definitely know that that's one of the high standards that this office sets forth, is to be very transparent. And so I think that those are the things that have been the most concerning to me with regard to that. And I do, as I said, I echo what Member Khosravi had said. Just with some of the additional concerns with the timelines, and I think that those were not necessarily explicitly called out as to the clarity that I would have wished, but I think that we definitely need to look going forward as to how we can make those clear. But I do also want to hugely praise the C2C office. This is it is not an easy job. I would not want it, but I thank you for for all the hard work, and just also valuing your members' input, and seeing what we can do to make a more streamlined process in the future.
Do you have any other comments or thoughts from members in the room? Member Nguyen.
Member Nguyen. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much to the C2C staff for all your hard work. I just wanted to comment that, regarding the ad hoc committee, which I was also a member of, alongside 4 other amazing members, I think that it was important for that committee to be, a good recommendation. But I also think that the board as a whole should also have their voice in advancing 3 proposals. I do feel that this process where 5 members gave their recommendation forward was a good process, because I don't think it would be the most fair to allow 5 members to decide for the whole entire board, because that's less than a third of the board. And so I really think that the survey was, I believe it was in alphabetical order. Was that correct? I was just curious about that, if I recall.
Thank you for the question, Member Nguyen. Yes, so when the pre-meeting survey was drafted, the intent was that the order in which the proposals were listed out was in alphabetical order by the title of the proposal, not necessarily in any favorable order or anything like that. In this instance, though, what you'll notice on the agenda for the proposal order, for the order of the proposal presentations, that order is based off of the alphabetical name of the presenter themselves.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. So I do see, I guess, more of an unbiased perspective regarding the survey, because, you know, it was in alphabetical order by the titles. And I was also curious when, during this presentation, I saw something to the effect of the neutrality of the office that could be affected by the feasibility study. Mr. Estriado, would you be willing to expand a little more on that, about how the neutrality could be affected, considering that C2C is neutral?
Yes, thanks for the question. Happy to address that. What that means, context for that, is that the office has a requirement to remain politically neutral in other ways, in the way that we build the data system and in the way that we build the related products. And so because of that, one of the things that we look at when we do a feasibility study is whether or not the proposed idea empowers us to remain neutral, or makes it difficult or makes it impossible for us to remain neutral. And that, like the other factors that we consider, like cost, for example, are factors that we look to balance as we make a recommendation for feasibility.
Yeah, thank you. And so when that recommendation is put forward in the report, would C2C then give its standing, and then that's how neutrality could be affected, or how would that go?
Yeah, the job of the office when we do the feasibility study and make the recommendation is to make a recommendation about whether we feel it is feasible for us to implement the idea and also stay neutral. So there isn't a part of that recommendation that is about expressing a position on a particular issue. The question that we are asking ourselves is, if we were to implement this, can we in good faith meet our requirement to be neutral as an office, both in the way that we build the system and in the way that we build the tools? And again, that's one, not the only factor we consider, but one that we have to address explicitly, like the issue of cost and other stuff like that.
That's much clearer. Thank you, Mr. Estriado.
Member Hosravi, I see your hand.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to just follow up, Member Nguyen. Thank you for your comments. I agree that it should be a full board, and I do think that's the nature and the very root of my concern, that this process disabled our ability to do that. And so one I want to kind of get back to, one is, and I want to point this ordering bias as a big issue, because we're data driven and it's important. And by the way, as I recall very clearly, I pointed to this during our ad hoc committee meetings, that whatever order we put it, alphabetical or otherwise, we need to make sure that those survey orders can automatically change. And Google form was picked because, you know, it allows for that to happen. We very clearly said it, it's in there, and it was supposed to happen. That didn't happen. We talked about again, we're talking about we need to follow the governance manual. The manual says all 6 proposals, technically, under the manual, should have been allowed to get those amendments. They were not. I want to get that clarity from staff. Is your read opposite to what my read is of the fact that when the email on September, whatever it was sent out, or October, what have you, that said, you know, these are the proposals that are able to get amended and take amendments? Should it have had all 6 of the proposals listed, or should it have had only the 3 that was sent the prioritization order? Do you all believe that, based on the governance manual, that the 3 prioritization, the prioritization order, prioritization survey should have been sent out before the amendment email, or after the amendment email? Because again, my read is it should have been sent after the email. I want to get that clarity from staff, please.
Thank you for that question, Member Khosravi. And this is Mary Ann Bates, Executive Director. So we've been taking careful notes on the things that you're mentioning, and I really appreciate this conversation. And I also just want to point members to, if there's a process amendment that you'd like to suggest for the next round, the governing board's process for revising the governance manual is a great channel for that. To the specific question that you just asked, the paragraph about amendments starts by talking about 3 proposals being discussed at the fall meeting. And then it's the end of that paragraph that says advisory board members may make amendments to the proposal. So the way our office understood that is that that is amendments to the three proposals that are discussed at the fall meeting. Now, our experience last year was that having amendments happen during the meeting verbally made it incredibly challenging for our office to follow up on afterwards, because amendments were verbally raised in the meeting. We were trying to take notes. It was very difficult afterwards to say, is this what the member intended? And the process of creating an amended motion was quite complicated. And so that's why this year the office created a form so that that process of amending the discussed proposals would be clearer, and so that you all would have time to consider an amendment more than, just someone raising their hand during the meeting and having that. So that was our interpretation of that. The next bit of context I'll just give is that I think this experience of going through this likely feels very different based on how many proposals are proposed in a given year. So last year you had 1. This year you have 6. Theoretically, you could have 16. And so that's part of the trade-offs that were considered, I believe, by the governing board in creating and adopting this process in the governance manual, is just to think about what process works well when there are 2 ideas that you're discussing, what process works well when there are 16. And given you have to get this work done in 1 meeting here in the fall meeting, that's part of the motivation for that pre-meeting prioritization survey, is to be focused during the meeting on a manageable number of ideas to discuss. So like I said, I think this process was revised last year. I think the governing board would be open to hearing your input through that governance manual committee, but there are probably some trade-offs to consider around what would it look like to hear up to 16 ideas in a meeting and trying to whittle that down to 3, or using a process prior to the meeting to determine what's on the agenda. So that's just, Mary Ann reflecting on this and what I'm hearing from you. I also just want to acknowledge that I hear that this was a process that took a lot of your time and with so much thoughtfulness, and that you experienced some challenges in it. So I just want to voice that and acknowledge that. So thank you for that.
I appreciate that. And again, I'm genuinely, it's not a concern or personal for me. It's more just a concern that I think, again, we are going off track on the processes, and we've picked only 1 of the 3 that was recommended in the proposals, because I don't think the body was fully informed on what they were voting on. I frankly think that's the depth of my concern, not my personal time or anything. And from what I appreciate your comment, Director Bates, and I do recognize kind of putting folks and staff on the spot here. I don't mean to be doing that. It's just one way or another, the letter of the law in the governance manual is very clear. And I'm not saying do the amendments on the floor. It should have been the reverse, right? So when the emails goes out and says these 3 are the ones that you can amend, it gives a sort of notion that these are the 3 that should be considered. When we have an agendized 3 proposals, not all 6, to be heard in the body, it gives the sense that these 3 are the ones that are being discussed. When the manual says very clearly we should have allowed for all 6 to be amended, and those amendments should have been reflected based on that, right? On the website, neither of which had happened. I don't see the amendments that were recommended listed on the website in any of the parts of the process. And I just don't see that. Again, if I'm wrong, please clarify. I don't want to misspeak. But at this point, I'm just not comfortable voting on any proposal. We can hear them, but I'm not comfortable voting on these proposals because I just don't think even the public has had the time to give the public comment on this and provide this input. I had folks reaching out saying, should we support? Literally had folks saying, should we support a support letter on your proposal on this, that, and the other? And I was like, I don't even genuinely know. Is this a body that we should bring this in? Is this not? Should we talk about it? Should we not? We're sitting here today saying, let's hear these proposals and let's talk about it. And I tried to follow the process as it was outlined after the fact, as best as I could, trying to submit amendments to these three proposals so we can fuse in the other pieces that could be clarifying amendments into this. But I'm concerned. I feel like we just needed more time, and nothing here says it has to be right now in this moment. And it was when we know the process wasn't clearly followed, possibly we should postpone the decision on this. Anyway, that's the end. Last thing I'll say, I apologize for taking so much time. Thank you all for hearing me, and appreciate again the complexity of the nature and recognizing that we do need some clarifying amendments for sure to the process for next year, and I'm happy to take part in that as well.
I just wanted to kind of separate the issue because I think one issue is process, which there's a process. There's a process for the process in terms of what that looks like. And I appreciate the concern, but I also want to be mindful of this item has been agendized. And, as a non-ad hoc committee member, as just, someone who was on the outside-ish, and then engaging in this process, the proposals were included. I was able to view them. I was able to read them. I looked at how I voted, and I appreciate the transparency on that. And I didn't rank them based on the order. I kind of skipped around. I don't know in terms of process how clear that was, but in terms of the prioritization process, I felt like I could engage in it. The proposal was there. And so I would like to move forward and discuss these proposals and not withhold the vote.
Thank you. That was Member Viveros Walton speaking. No problem. All right. Thank you, members, for your thoughtful questions and comments. We are running a little bit behind, so I'd like to take us next to a 5-minute break, after which we will hear agenda items 5 and 6 before lunch. Thank you. Please return at 11. Yes. I love that members are engaged in conversation with each other here. We look forward to doing more of that with you during the lunch hour. Moving on to agenda item 5, presentation and discussion, public comment and possible action on the community engagement proposal entitled Expansion of Constituent-Based Community Conversations. This is the first proposal of 3 that we will hear today. I would like to invite Member Gottlieb, Brian Estrellado, Director of Data Programs, and Kathy Booth, Project Director of Economic Mobility, Post-Secondary and Workforce Systems with WestEd, to present this item.
Hi again. Good morning, everyone. Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs. And for this agenda item, I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was created for the item. And if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, you can find the staff report on our website. As we go into this agenda item, I'd like to inform members that the office allocated 30 minutes for this agenda item. Before we begin with Member Gottlieb's presentation, I'll review the goal and the next steps for the item. The goal for this agenda item is to discuss the proposal, the amendments received, and ultimately to vote on whether to advance a proposal with or without amendments to a feasibility study. The office received 2 amendments to this proposal, Amendment A submitted by Member Gottlieb and Amendment B submitted by Member Hosrabi. The materials can be found printed in front of the members. I'll just briefly read through the goals here that you can see on the slide. There are 4 parts. Part 1, proposal presentation, that will come with member discussion and public comment. Part 2, discussion of Amendment A, that will also have public comment and a vote. Part 3, discussion of Amendment B, that will have public comments for Amendment B, and then a vote for Amendment B. And then finally, Part 4, overall proposal with or without amendments, that will include a public comment and also a vote on the overall proposal with or without amendments. As displayed on the slide, members will be asked to vote on 3 separate motions during this agenda item. And with that, I'd now like to give the floor to Member Gottlieb to present the proposal.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, colleagues. Perfect. It's up there for everyone to see. You'll note the appropriately data-themed slide deck that Google had readily prepared for me. This proposal is per its title about expanding constituency-based community conversations. At our last meeting in person, so March of 2023, we heard about some of the work happening in community conversations across the state, where they're happening, how they're happening. The community engagement team here was very receptive to thoughts around how we can get more involved. So this was really a response to that meeting and those prospects. So next slide, please. Thank you. In brief, this would require each of us, members of the Community Engagement Advisory Board, to, and I will say individually or in partnership with other members, co-host a community conversation with the Cradle-to-Career office at least once during their term. So obviously, say for the first members of the board that were on tiered 1, 2, and 3-year terms, everyone serves a 3-year term. So this would require that at least once during that 3-year term, we would host some sort of community conversation in the best way possible. Next slide, please. Thank you. Logistics to do that. Community conversations can be held either virtually or in person. Conversations can be incorporated into existing or new events. I know that the CTC office has had community conversations that have been incorporated into other events. I know that they had an LA conversation that took place in Ontario, which I thought was fun, but very far from LA proper. So this work would do something similar if there are existing meetings, forums that we as members are a part of, if there are conferences that we can make this work a part of. I know that there are 2 recent presentations about C2C data. I think Member Navarez was part of at least one of them in Oakland at the Trust Plus Equity Forum. So opportunities that relate to this work that we're doing, that we can have a community conversation, should certainly be considered, or brand new opportunities. In coordination, members would support with marketing, outreach, and recruitment, hone the conversation topic, co-facilitate the conversation, and support with logistics. If it's in person, that can include cost of food, cost of facilities. If virtual, potentially the Zoom makeup of it, or getting folks in the room. Next slide, please. Why us? Thank you. Because we're here. We all represent a different constituency, obviously, in whether it be CPOs, student groups, LEAs, higher ed, workforce and industry. So we hit a significant portion of various industries that are related to education, career, and data consumption. We are based across the state in large population centers and small population centers. So really, we do hit the kind of gamut of who's the who in California's use of this data. So this would offer us the chance to work more closely with the CTC office, who can only hit as much as they possibly can, support them in sharing the good word of the data system, but also really support them in building on these feedback loops and other things that we're charged to do as the system becomes operational. Next slide, please. Why now? Well, the system's about to become operational. That's the main thing. So, having this process in line sooner rather than later will give us a chance to start the work with communities to prepare them for use of the system, whether through proper kind of research channels or through community use, because we as members have been entrusted to work with our communities to ensure information about the system is accurate, ensure that it is shared out responsibly and really shared out equitably. This gives us a chance and also adds to the capacity of the team to reach more members, like I noted. Next slide, please. All right, examples. So recently, comes from 2024 was a hallmark year for California career education planning. So with the leadership and masterful thought of our colleague here, Kathy Booth, led with her team at WestEd in partnership with the governor's office, a community engagement process for the master plan for career education. I had the opportunity to be involved in a few different ways. So these examples really kind of hit what I'm going for with the presentation. Next slide, please. Thank you. If you have been under a rock, just kidding. But if you're not as familiar with the work of the Master Plan for Career Education, the governor's office in partnership with WestEd traveled the state for a good portion of the year to really understand each individual regions in the state's challenges and perceived opportunities related to education and career. These are all supposed to go into the new Master Plan for Career Education, which should have a huge impact for much of our work and much of the data systems work. WestEd also hosted a series of virtual sessions to reach systems aligned groups, such as a single school district or a single community college district, or potentially a chamber of commerce or group of chambers, really to understand what various communities thought about the process, wanted to incorporate into it, and how to implement it. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for example, of what I did as a co-host involvement number one, Unite LA, which is my organization that I'm the director of post-secondary strategy for, serves as the convener of the LA Region K-16 Collaborative. As a convener of the collaborative, we were asked by the governor's office to co-host one of the in-person sessions that took place throughout I think March to May. So what that included was we helped hone the agenda to be relevant to the LAOC region. We helped identify individuals to invite to the session and conducted outreach to those individuals. We secured a venue to accommodate the meeting and breakout sessions, and we secured sponsorship to pay for food, parking, and ancillary costs, excuse me. All those activities are essentially what I would say would be the job of a community engagement advisory board member in hosting or co-hosting rather a community conversation. Next slide, please. Hey, it's me. That was me doing that in LAOC. Thought pictures would be fun, but realistically, my role is to thank everyone for being there, welcome them, and then hand it off to the experts in the room, which I feel would be a not an insignificant role of what we would be doing as well, mostly handing off to the experts. Next slide, please. The second example comes virtually. Again, this was a long process that Kathy and her team led. So we had different opportunities to partake. So in this example, in partnership with the LA Community College District, largest in the state, we hosted a virtual convening specifically for members of the district, so district administration, college presidents, and their staffs. So again, we helped hone the agenda. We identified individuals to invite and conducted outreach. We co-facilitated the meeting with WestEd, and we conducted follow-ups with district personnel to continue the conversation. That's still occurring. Even I think 2-3 weeks ago, I was in conversation with district leadership about the master plan, about potential opportunities to continue to engage. So there are certainly in-person and virtual opportunities with this, as it would be with the proposal. Next slide, please. Second picture. That's Kathy. That's Kathy conducting said virtual meeting. Next slide, please. In summary, next slide. Sorry, that's probably an unnecessary transition slide. Expanding constituency-based conversations will allow us as a board to have greater agency in our charge to create feedback loops with data users and promote equitable access and actionable information. Excuse me, I'm also dyslexic, so this has been great for me so far. activating our networks and communities to support the C2C office and reaching more individuals than they might be able to themselves is a huge bonus, I think, for us and for them potentially. And it aligns with the needs of the community and the needs of our community, the needs of our various communities, and the abilities of the systems office to actually reach more people across the state. So I believe that's it. If there's one more slide. Questions?
Thank you, Member Gottlieb, for your presentation. Before we proceed with member deliberation and amendments, I would like to pause for public comment. As Ryan Estrellado highlighted at the beginning of this agenda item, public comment will immediately precede member presentation. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, please open it up for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Leslie. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to agenda item 5 only. I have no speaker slips. Seeing no one in the room in Sacramento that would like to comment, I will be moving on to Zoom. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time so we can determine how many individuals want to publicly comment on this agenda item. I currently see one raised hand on Zoom. Give me one moment and I will allow you to speak. Hello, Roy.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
All right, Roy, let me start your timer and you can begin. All right, your 2 minutes start now.
Good morning, Community Engagement Advisory Board members. My name is Roy Tongalava, Policy Analyst with Etris West and co-chair of the Data for the People Coalition, a coalition of organizations across the state representing advocates, parents and families, students and educators united by our dedication to leveraging data to advance equitable policy and practice. On behalf of our partners, I want to welcome the new members to the board. Members of this board play a tremendous role in shaping the ways C2C engages users, students, and families. With regard to this proposal by Member Gottlieb, we want to thank you for your leadership in introducing this proposal. We believe meaningful and authentic community engagement is integral to the data system's usage and impact. We also underscore the importance that ambassadorship in your role should extend beyond these board meetings within your respective regions, particularly among communities that have been kept furthest from opportunity, access, and equitable outcomes. As such, we would encourage members today to discuss the possibility of both Amendment A and Amendment B with the understanding of the need for meaningful community engagement and the understanding of the bandwidth of staff and the staff to board ratio, board member ratio. We also want to extend our appreciation to the Office of C2C for their work in shepherding this year's proposal process. And we just hope today advisory board members can engage in further discussion of what authentic and meaningful engagement among communities could and should look like, centering students, families, and marginalized communities, and a balance of practicality within these discussions. Thank you.
Seeing no other raised hands on Zoom, I will close public comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. At this time, I would like to ask Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs, and Kathy Booth, Project Director, Economic Mobility, Post-Secondary, and Workforce Systems with WestEd to walk us through the next step in the process, discussion of Amendment A. Thank you, Ryan and Kathy.
Thanks, Leslie. As a reminder to the group, our goal for this section is to discuss and vote on amendments. Before this meeting, the office shared amendment forms with the advisory board members, and per that form, an amendment is defined as a clarification to the original proposal. I'll now turn it over to Kathy to review the First Amendment. Then after, Leslie will review a potential motion, and then after that, members will discuss.
So the First Amendment was actually by Member Gottlieb clarifying his own proposal. Is there anything more you'd like to share at that point?
Just like to say that this amendment is actually based off of conversation with Kathy Booth and David Lang to help clarify language primarily relating to equity, actually, including an acknowledgement of what members may or may not be able to do individually or together, and then putting more just responsive roles on both members and the office. So thank you for your effort in that.
And now back to Leslie to provide an overview of the motion.
Okay. Before I go into the potential motion before us here on this agenda item, I would like to highlight that in order to maintain the neutrality of the office in the advisory board proposal process, the office did not draft a motion for this agenda item. As CEAB members consider whether to advance this amendment to the feasibility study phase, before us on the slide, members will find, thank you, potential motion language. I will model a potential motion utilizing the potential motion template. For motion 1, CEAB can move to approve Amendment A to the expansion of constituent-based community conversations proposal. Please note, when referencing amendments in the motion language, members should be very direct with the amendment being included. In addition, I would like to kindly inform members that at this time, discussion should be limited to Amendment A. At this time, we'll open the floor for any member questions or comments, and I'd like to invite any members to share their thoughts. Ryan Estrellado and Kathy Booth will be facilitating this discussion. Please take it from here.
Are there any questions or thoughts that people want to share about Amendment A?
Member Navarez. First of all, Member Gottlieb, thank you so much. We had some similar thought processes occurring, so I appreciate your reflection in this proposal. I just also want to lift up that what I see in the slide deck is the expansion of what constituencies may actually be included in this, and I just want to highlight the workforce and industry. So thank you so much for delineating that a little more clearly. I really appreciate that, especially as we're looking forward to our next foot in the state that we're stepping into. So thank you so much.
I just have a question. Is it possible, and I'm trying to reread as I try to answer my question, but I guess I'll just ask the drafter. Is it possible for two board members to do it together, or is it each one individually?
No, certainly possible to do it together. I think there's an example maybe in the first one. I was thinking of former members, Montes and Curry specifically. They run very similar organizations in different parts of the state. Why not be able to combine their efforts and co-host something for largely the same audience? So
Okay.
I think there's enough overlap between us and a very small staff that would have to work on this. So that might be encouraged.
Because I'm thinking of folks that are here as individuals and not have an organization like you pointed out. So that's great. Thank you. And thanks for answering that.
Member Newman.
Member Nguyen here. Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb, for your proposal and presentation. I just have a few questions that I'm curious about today. With the amendment and with the proposal talking about proposed actions for the office and us board members, I'm curious, how will the success of the community engagement in these conversations be measured? Do we have are there metrics, are there guidelines?
I would actually pass the ball to the office, see how they measure their own community conversations, as I imagine this would fall squarely in that.
This is Marianne Bates, though our engagement team would in some ways be better positioned to answer it in detail. I would imagine that we could use a similar approach to what we already do for our engagement, both online and in person, where we keep track of attendance, metrics like that measure literal engagement. But our engagement team has also done a lot of work to map out the communities, for example, geographically within the state, and specific communities around students, parents, educators, and where we have a proactive strategy to make sure that our engagement is reaching as many communities as possible and as effectively as possible. And so I think that the same approach that our engagement team is already mapping out for our overall strategy on engagement and trying to have metrics where possible so that we can track over time how we're engaging could be extended to any kinds of events where the office is engaged in joining the event or co-hosting the event. Thank you for that question. That's perhaps separate from, I think part of what you're getting at is what's the impact of that? What were the resulting outcomes? And I think that would be a great question for our engagement team to share more details with you about how they think that through at a future presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Executive Director Mary Ann Bates. I just had another question too. So in the presentation, you mentioned something to the fact of like the implementation phase. So how do you see the board or the office ensuring community engagement remaining as a top priority, even after the implementation phase of the data system occurs?
Sure. I imagine, I won't speak for the office, but I imagine community engagement is going to be more important once the data is readily available, once the data is accessible, for a number of reasons, right? We want to make sure that data is equitably accessed, equitably analyzed. I know in the presentation earlier, there were comments regarding kind of future stages of the research phase, but also creating that community of responsible data users. So that takes time. And that takes a lot of effort, especially due to a fair amount of misinformation out in the world, data-based or not. So I again, won't speak for the office. I do imagine that community engagement will be a more important component. And this, in my opinion, offers a broader opportunity to outreach more broadly, but also, take us as, I think, hopefully good stewards of data to really steward that use of it.
Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb, for your answer.
Earl Jones speaking. So one question I have is, as we talk about doing these co-hosting these events, is it specifically for stakeholders who work in education, or should it be like families and students? And then along with that, or would we have like a target number of like, you should at least have like 50 people in the room or in your Zoom room for these to be like successful?
I think a target audience is really whatever we would consider our constituencies. For example, I lead a K-16 collaborative in the LA region, so that's 5 CSUs, 2 UCs, 21 community colleges, the LA County Office of Education, which is 80 school districts, right? So for me, if I'm thinking of that role in education, I would think about members of that community, right? Simultaneously, part of my role is in policy. So maybe it's working with legislative staffs to support their efforts around the Cradle-to-Career database, or frankly, I obviously not necessarily a part of my role here because I think I represent the kind of policy advocacy organizations in this work, but I also do community outreach work with local organizations, and I know that data is very important to them, so it can be a matter of working with the office and that group. So I do think it's a matter of what we believe our constituencies are as they relate to why we were chosen to serve on the board. So that's one. Two, it's so hard to measure like impact and engagement. I led a community practice for some of my work last week, and I had, I think, 40 people registered and like 12 showed up. So like it changes, right? Like depending on who's there, who says they're going to go, and what it actually means. With those 12, we had a phenomenal conversation about the challenges in transfer in the LA area and how we can rethink articulation agreements between campuses. Would it have been such a positive experience with 40 people? Maybe that could have been a lot more conversation, robust, or maybe the 12 is the right number to really get down into the brass tacks. So it really might depend on what we're going for, what the setting is, what the venue is in a conversation, and really how we take any items after that and make them actionable.
Thank you for that. And kind of the reason why I asked that question, because if this did go through, I would imagine like we could do like an asset-based map amongst each other, like who are your constituencies, who are the people that you are in front of, so that way we can make sure that we're hitting a plethora of like different options. Since I work for an organization that works primarily with families and students, that's why I asked that. I'm like, well, should I be talking to my families and students primarily? And then someone else may be talking to, like you said, policymakers. Someone else may be talking to school districts. But I think an asset-based map would be really, really good with this. Thanks.
Love that.
Member Godfrey, Member Gamboa, question for you as far as like when you went through this, what did you find the time span to be? I mean, 60 minutes, 90 minutes, 2 hours, what do you think was ideal? And then what would be the ideal structure? Because I think if we do this, there has to be a template that we would all follow that would make it a little more uniform, make sure that we do hit the relevant points. And then maybe making some recommendations about like what venue would work best for, for something like this. And then questions around upfront costs, like who pays that? Is it going to be C2C? Is it going to be us upfronting it first and then get reimbursed? Those kind of details. And then I think if we're really going to chase the community are we ready for bilingual presentations for this? So
I take it from that question, no to a 24-hour datathon? Just 2-hour meeting instead? Again, I think there are obviously planning and practice are completely different when we get down to it, right? It's a 60-minute meeting about a specific topic. So again, as an example, I'll use a different example because I know you work for a private nonprofit university and I'm on the board of a private nonprofit university. So let's do it this way, right? So if we're working, say, with AICCU on doing a presentation with their membership, right? Who would that be? Would it be their admissions officers that might want to know more about any potential impact about their work in the use of the data system, right? So is that an hour-long meeting? Is that an hour-and-a-half meeting? I would say it could really be anything that we think makes sense. I think it would be anything that we'll get down to whatever agenda we co-develop with the office during this process. I think a sweet spot is always an hour and a half because engagement wanes if we're not in person and we don't have lunch in front of people. So that's certainly one of the considerations. I think for a template, again, that differs, right? If it's an in-person meeting, so take the Cradle-to-Career meetings as an example, there was a template that was built throughout that process by Wested and the governor's office. I think in many cases there is a template to community conversations that already exists that the engagement team has. So it'd really be finding ways to augment that to include our work as either co-hosts or co-outreach personnel and others. I think it's obviously incredibly important to have templates that we can all pull from, but also make sure that we're remaining authentic to our communities and ensure that we're doing what best serves them. I think there was a third question. I also see Kathy queuing up her mic, so I'm going to pass it off.
Well, what I'm noticing is a lot of interest about what this would look like and trying to get some clarity, which would say to me that one of the things would happen if you move this forward is that there would be work that could be done to figure out how to structure it so that it would be effective for members. So what I would just want to check on before we move to a vote is, are there any other issues that you all would like to raise or questions that you have for Member Gottlieb? Yes, go ahead.
Member Lopez Valdez. So I guess to clarify, when we talk about templates, one, appreciate the proposal. And I was like, yes, community conversations are top of mind for me. As we think about the templates, we're talking about like a protocol, so to be used across different groups. Is that what we're thinking about?
From my understanding of Member Gamboa's question, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm just like trying to figure out like the timeline, right? So we have a number of conversations taking place in the next 3 months. How is that being envisioned, and like how do we keep the momentum going, right? For the implementation, the aftermath, because I'm just trying to figure out like if we do engage families and students, like it almost feels like an action comes after, right? Instead of like it versus connecting with university presidents, like that's one and done kind of thing, and different touch points. So like, I guess what I'm trying to say, like if there's like a model being envisioned around touch points for the different groups across these conversations.
Yeah, that's a great question. Fantastic question. I will be honest, I don't have an immediate answer to that. I'll wax philosophic for a moment, and also assume these are things that can be considered in the feasibility study if it's moved forward. But really in just thinking about our various roles and who we represent or who we consider we represent in our communities, part of that would be on us, right? I mean, it's think of it as two phases. One, we introduce our communities to the data system or reintroduce or further clarify aspects of the data system to them. And then what do I, Adam, in my role at Unite LA do to continue to work with my constituency to ensure that we're adequately and accurately using the data system? Could certainly be on me, could certainly also be on my colleagues that I bring into the conversation, that I work with on a regular basis and use data with on a regular basis. So I do think that, again, in thinking protocol and thinking a structure, it's going to be so different for everyone. I think that's also the beauty of us being such a diverse group in representing the system to our communities, because there are so many different audiences, there are so many different ways to use it, and so many different maybe topics to hone in on during this kind of work, that the action would look different. Should we think about some sort of, may not necessarily tiered, but some sort of rubric of, are we hitting XYZ things post meeting? Potentially. I think that would be a maybe again, feasibility, like looking at the feasibility of one, creating that, probably not too hard, how we assess that, and then if there are metrics that we're supposed to hit or not. Certainly love that conversation and will happily contribute to it. But I think, again, it would really depend on who we're talking to and what we consider the purpose to be.
Member Navarez, first, I want to thank Member Gottlieb for the amendment. I think that the clarifying factor of having some consistent branding and communication is extremely important as we're looking at continuing our community conversations, especially as we're going outside of those community conversations, potentially being, employees who are working in the C2C office, making sure that we are carrying the same fervor of the brand and the intention and such throughout the state. So I appreciate and thank you for that. And I'm wondering, with Kathy Booth, if maybe speaking of the different roles that we're trying to provide information to. I know, if my memory serves me correctly, when we were doing the C2C homework group, that was spoken about. There was some conversation about who would this this data be good for, and looking at those roles, and it was really drilled down. So I don't know if we have access to those records from the homework group from C2C, but I feel like that we've done some really deep defining of some of that might be helpful as we're going forward and thinking about community conversations.
So this is Kathy Booth clarifying the multiple hats I'm wearing. So I was the facilitator during the planning process, and Member Navarez was a very active part of that, including serving on a subcommittee that was identifying the different types of people that might want to use the data that would come out of C2C. So there were a set of user personas that came out of that, which is something that I know that the community engagement team at the office has been using, but it's also posted publicly on the website related to the planning process, so members of the public could take a look at those personas as well. So I do want to make sure that we're able to have time to get through things. Oh, do you have one more? Go ahead.
I was actually going to make a motion to move the item.
I second that motion since the mic is on.
Thank you, members, for your questions and comments. While we get that motion language up on the slide, just one moment. To clarify, Member Viveros Walton, is this the motion language you'd like to use?
Yes.
Okay, and member, I heard a second from Member Navarez.
Yes.
Thank you. Before we vote, let's pause for public comment. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comment should be limited to this section of the agenda item only. I have no speaker slips. Seeing no commenters in the room in Sacramento, I will move on to Zoom. I ask that if for any members of the public who are attending via Zoom, to please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this agenda item. Seeing no raised hands, I will pause. Okay, no raised hands for public comment. I will go ahead and close the public comment period at this time. I will pass it back to Leslie Taylor.
Thank you, Stephanie. We have a motion and a second to move to approve Amendment A to the expansion of constituent-based community conversations proposal. Stephanie, please do a roll call vote.
Member Asseltine? Member Chang? Member Countryman? Member,
Yes.
thank you. Member Gamboa?
Aye.
Member Gonzalez?
Aye.
Member Gottlieb?
Aye.
Member Jones?
Aye.
Member Horstravi?
I'm sorry, Member Hosravi, we did not hear your vote in the room. We can hear you now.
Yeah, aye.
Thank you.
Member Largo? Member Lopez Valdez?
Aye.
Member Lopez? Member Navarez?
Aye.
Member Nguyen?
Aye.
Member Rodriguez? Member Takagi?
Aye.
Member Viveros Walton?
Aye.
For the record, we have 11 ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie. The motion passes. As Ryan Estrellado mentioned at the beginning of his presentation, members will be asked to vote on up to 3 separate motions during this agenda item. Before we go to the second motion, I'll hand it back to Ryan and Kathy to walk members through Amendment B.
Thank you. That was Amendment A. Now we'll move on to Amendment B. We'll follow the same process. Reminder to the group that our goal for the section is to discuss and vote on the amendments and at the office shared amendment forms with the advisory board members. And per that form, an amendment is defined as a clarification to the original proposal. So now I will turn it over to Kathy to review the next amendment. This is Amendment B. And then after, Leslie will review potential motion, and then after the proposed motion, we'll discuss.
So Gottlieb's proposal focuses on joint activities conducted by advisory board members and the office in a manner that's shaped by the specific networks of each advisory board member. It's not particularly prescriptive about those activities or the advisory board characteristics, as you all discussed. Hosravi's amendment would shift the responsibility for implementing community engagement events to advisory board members and have the office play the role of tracking those activities. It also asks for members to engage in additional activities, so it lists at least 2 different outreach events or communications. It also notes that specific constituencies must be reached through those community engagement events, and it does so in 2 ways. First, it specifies that the outreach activities and, in fact, the advisory board itself should be focused on regions as the primary organizing framework, but then lists a number of other specific constituencies that would need to be reached through these outreach activities. And finally, the amendment shifts from the proposal being an informal advisory to the to the advisory board to changes to the governance manual that codify what these changes are related to both the responsibilities of the advisory board and its construction. So I'm hoping I got that all right. I don't know if Member Khosravi, if you want to speak to anything that I might have missed.
Nope, that covers it. Thank you very much. And for members, as a point of transparency, there were conversations that I had with Member Gottlieb in the build up to submitting this amendment to clarify, and even before this, when we were in the ad hoc process, we had these conversations because Member Gottlieb's proposal is in so many ways has similarities to the said proposal that I had submitted. So initially, the thought and concern had been to do the other way around, where we implement elements of the proposal that are similar from Member Gottlieb's proposal into mine, and then after this situations went down, the conversations turned around about how we can implement elements of my existing proposal that match and are similar in function to Member Gottlieb's. What I had done is I have recommended the amendment for Member Gottlieb's proposal to include everything from the set proposal in it. It is very similar. It's just really, in the way I see it, it helps with clarifying how we get at the conversations that we want to have, and who we have it with, and how we get to that North Star that we want to see. There are parts of it where I'd be open to conversations, including specifically the regionality part, which is something I think is important. But I know that in concert, Member Gottlieb, he wanted to have a conversation about this. So I'm open to having that discussion. But I see this as it helps with the mission that Member Gottlieb's proposal has, and it sets it towards that path by defining who is this community that we want to have conversations with, how do we do those, some clear responsibility for members of this body to engage and enact those outreach efforts and community conversations. So with that, I would like to ask for the body's support in this amendment as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we begin member deliberation, just a quick process note. Before we go into the potential motions before us on this agenda item, I will again highlight that in order to maintain the neutrality of the office in the advisory board proposal process, the office did not draft a motion for this agenda item. As CEAB members consider whether to advance this amendment to the feasibility study phase, before us on the slides, members will find a potential motion language. I will model this potential motion using the template. Move to approve Amendment B to the expansion of constituent-based community conversations proposal. Please note when referencing amendments in the motion language, members should be very direct about the amendment being included. In addition, I would like to kindly inform members that at this time, discussion should be limited to Amendment B. At this time, I would like to open up the floor for any member questions or comments. I invite all members to share their thoughts for a discussion that Ryan and Kathy will facilitate. Member Carros, please.
I'm not sure how to frame this question because it strikes me that we couldn't have both Amendment A and B. In other words, if part of what is fundamental to Amendment A is that we would focus on constituencies and we would have a definition of impact and a way of measuring that, the impact, to my thinking, would have to do with those constituencies. And so if the priority in Amendment B is on regions, and I'm thinking that that's intended to make sure that we reach all of California, and there's a mix of constituencies then touched in each of those regions, either you can't have very clear impact targets, or the work is sort of 10x because you'd have to hit all those constituencies in those regions. And I know that we're not supposed to talk about the two amendments together, but I wanted to be clear, does approving Amendment B then nullify Amendment A?
I'll tackle that maybe. We'll see. And I'll commend Parshan. He's been incredibly open during this process with me. We had a conversation that included Member Navarez, whose own proposal had similarities as well during the ad hoc phase. And then in preparation for this meeting, we had conversations about aspects of this. I told Parshan as much earlier. I disagree with the regionality aspect of this. I don't think it adequately. But one, I see this particular amendment as two different amendments or two different thought processes. One being regarding the connectivity and the community conversations, and the other being change to the governance manual in how we choose board members. My second question to the office would be, how do we actually manage those kind of two differing ideas? In regard to the aspect of regionality, I agree with you. I do think one particular region, by saying I live and work in LA County, I lead an LA Region K16 collaborative, that doesn't include a ton of different people that my partners are serving, right? So I wouldn't be able to serve as well the entirety of LA County. So I completely agree with that. And that's one reason why I have an issue with the regionality piece also just because there are stark differences in population centers and so on, that I don't think making region-specific proposals work necessarily. So there's that aspect. I do think the top half of Amendment B, which sets some different criteria for either in-person or virtual, or even sending out a newsletter, or the social media post, or retweeting a tweet as our position in the board. I don't think that is out of line with the proposal at all. That continues to ensure that we are engaging the communities, the constituencies that we serve. So there are aspects of that I think are that align very well and should be considered. Whether it be 2 a year, or that number can change based on like what those things are. I'm sure we're not going to host 2 large-scale in-person things per year, but what does a social media post or a newsletter plus a in-person, a virtual thing at one point during our 3 years mean? Is certainly in alignment. But I would agree with you that the regions does take away from the intent in some ways.
I have a question. Member Gonzalez, I just have a quick question in terms of the current makeup of the body right now. Do we hit all 6 regions?
This is Marianne Bates. When the office supports the governing board in selecting new advisory board members, we provide them with the information that you all submit in your applications. So when someone applies to the advisory board, they have an opportunity to identify a number of different dimensions of the communities they represent or the work they do. One of the questions includes the opportunity to choose which region of the state. And I believe the language is around like, where's your work done? So it's not asking for someone's home address, right? It's asking for like, what is your work statewide, or is it focused on a particular region? So when we organize all of the application information in a spreadsheet that the committee of the governing board that selects advisory board members then considers. And regional representation is one of the criteria that the governing board considers, along with others. So it's also around whether someone is, for example, a practitioner in K-12 or higher education or workforce, whether someone identifies as a student or a parent. So there are a host of things, it's not just one dimension, that we provide to the governing board, and then they face the daunting task of trying to optimize across multiple things. So if you're interested in more detail on that, the materials for the committee on the selection of advisory board members, which convenes in the spring and early summer of the governing board, those meeting materials would provide an example of the kinds of information that the governing board has considered in making appointments to the advisory board. The final thing I'll mention is, as we experience today, sometimes members, for a variety of reasons, don't continue to serve out their role. And then the next runner-up who was identified in that round selection process gets selected. So the composition of this board is dynamic and changes over time.
Yeah, so that was kind of my question, right? As we think about, and I also don't know, right? But if, say, for example, within the year, somebody is supposed to host or co-host something in San Diego or Imperial County, what is kind of and if, for example, that person leaves their post, or, life happens, or there may not be somebody in that specific space. I don't even know if right now, right? I'm just speaking, I don't know, hypothetically. I think it's important for us to think about, if we move forward with this, what does that look like? Is it the neighboring folks, right? Like, is it San Bernardino, Inland Empire that kind of comes in, right? But I know that that's also regionally like a large drive also, right? As we think about that. And so I think those are all important things. I do understand the idea of breaking it up in 6 regions and kind of trying to making sure that we're strategically hitting every area. I do understand that, and having representation on the board, I think, is important as we think about the regions as well. I just think that if we move forward with it, I think it would be important to circle back on that specifically. Thank you.
Member Lopez Valdez, I want to echo Member Gonzalez's comment. I think the region piece is important for me with my organizing background, focused on LA County. we did forget about we were not strategic in navigating relationships in the IE. Right. And that for me stood out. Like we need to be strategic and intentional in how we're not so focused on LA County. Right. And so I like the call out for the regions. I think to Member Jones's point earlier, maybe there is an opportunity to map out where we are and maybe not maybe, but almost identify partnerships that we can lean into. Because I think there's something powerful for me to say we connected with the different regions and we had a number of conversations. And I think ultimately it adds to the richness of the data and the diverse voices in the room. So I appreciate the region lens.
Member Navarez, so I know initially when we were looking at governing or at board members, we did strategically look at region. And so we actually did some allocation to say, oh, we don't have anyone from this region. Let's do some movement. I think, again, we have to remember in my perspective that we have to remember in my perspective that this is a statewide entity. And so especially like our, brothers and sisters in the far north, sometimes there are challenges with, and we see that with education, whether it's a 4-year degree or whatnot, to be able to stretch our reach up that far. And I just I think the perspective of having regional allocations, at least awareness, even if we're doing kind of like what you're saying, Venn diagram it, right? To see where our crossover are. I think it's something that we do need to have in our purview to be able to adequately say that we're supporting the entire state.
Member Hosravi, I see your hand.
Yeah, I want to appreciate the comments from members in the body. It was very intentional indeed to have this regionality to make sure that the regions of our communities that have historically been underheard are reached out to and properly engage in this process. So I definitely think we should keep the regionality and we can happy to work out how we can do so in a way that does not cause any conflict, but I would like to keep that regionality in there. And I actually do really think it strengthens the work that we do by giving it some confines of how we can get this done. So I do want to echo that again and appreciate folks who've spoken in favor. And when ready, I would like to make the motion to approve this amendment as is.
So Member Jones, just a clarifying question. So with attachment B, are we saying in the original proposal, it was one community engagement event per term. Now it says 2 within their respective region per year. So are we now talking about 6 points of communication per term? I'm not saying I'm against it, just clarifying. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. That was it. So six events, whether it is an event or a social media post happening per term for each board member. Okay. Cool.
Correct.
Yes, and this is
sorry.
Sorry, this is Marianne Bates. Yes, that is what is in Amendment B. The member can feel free to clarify, and just want to also uplift the previous comment that part of the challenge before you is that the proposal Amendment A and Amendment B are sharing slightly different things. And so the decision before you is about Amendment B at this stage.
I actually, just to move us along, would like to call the question. So if there's someone here that would like to move the proposal forward, just in the interest of time, we have 2 other proposals and I want to make sure we give equal time. So I'd actually like to call the question and see if anyone would like to move this forward.
So moved.
Okay, staff, could we get the proposed amendment language on the slide so that Member Khosravi can confirm the motion language they would like to use?
Yeah, I move to approve Amendment B to expand to the expansion of constituent-based community conversations.
Thank you. Did we have a second already?
Member Navarez, I move to second.
Thank you. All right. Before we vote, let's pause for public comment. Stephanie, please proceed.
Thank you, Leslie. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this agenda item only. I have no speaker slips, and I do not see anyone in the room in Sacramento that would like to comment, so I would move on to Zoom. For members of the public attending via Zoom, I'd ask that you please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment. I see no raised hands, but I will pause momentarily to allow anyone interested to do so at this time. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to move to approve Amendment B to the expansion of constituent-based community conversations proposal. Stephanie, please do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Member Asseltine? Member Chang? Member Countryman Quiros? No? No? Okay, I will note that. Member Gamboa?
Nay.
Member Gonzalez?
Aye.
Member Gottlieb?
Nay.
Member Jones?
So what happens if you're conflicted in the moment?
An option is also to abstain, and I apologize, Julia, if I overstepped.
Okay. I would like to abstain.
Member Horshavi?
Aye.
Member Largo? Member Lopez Valdez?
Abstain.
Member Lopez? Member Navarez?
Aye.
Member Nguyen? Member Rodriguez? Member Takagi?
Abstain.
And Member Viveros Walton.
Abstain.
All right, give me one moment to count the votes. For the record, we have 3 ayes, 4 nays, 4 abstentions.
Thank you, Stephanie. This motion does not pass. At this time, I'll pass it back to Ryan and Kathy to walk members through the final section of this agenda item, discussion and overview of the overall proposal. Thank you, Ryan and Kathy.
Thank you, Leslie. As specified in the governance manual, advisory board members will be asked to vote on whether the proposal should be advanced to the office so that it can conduct a feasibility study. Today, members discussed and voted on 2 amendments received for this proposal. For this portion of the agenda item, members will be asked to vote to advance the proposal to the office to conduct a feasibility study, and I will now hand it over to Kathy Booth to provide a quick summary.
So what you voted on is that you are advancing Gottlieb's proposal with the amendments that he made to his own proposal for clarification. You've also provided us with a lot of information that can inform the feasibility study.
And now back to Leslie Taylor to provide an overview of a potential motion.
Again,
Parliamentary procedure, sorry, point of, I don't know what the parliamentary procedure is, point of order. I'd like to just ask a clarifying question if possible before we proceed. Is that okay?
Go ahead, Member Khosravi.
Thank you. I just wanted to double check, the motions that for amendments that were proposed on Member Gottlieb's proposal, were they in order of the amendments that arrived based on, or order of which one arrived first? Or some other order? What order, how was the ordering decided on which amendment goes first before the discussion?
The order of the proposals, as shown in the staff report, is based off of the last name of the author of the individual who submitted that amendment.
So not in order of what amendment was received and when?
No, it is based off of the last name of the author.
Thank you.
Okay. As Kathy just shared, okay, excuse me. So a reminder, process note, this is the same as we did for both amendments. Before we go into these potential amendments, I'd like to highlight that in order to maintain the neutrality of the office in the advisory board proposal process, the office did not draft a motion. Rather, we've provided some motion template language that you may use. As Kathy summarized for members, members voted to approve the proposal and Amendment A. Amendment A has been voted on, and this motion includes the proposal. CEAB can move to approve the expansion of constituent-based community conversations proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A. Or the board may move to approve the proposal with no amendments.
I'd like to make a motion to approve hold on, motion to, but I have to name it. I didn't have to name the proposal, and I have to make sure I name it for the record. Where is it? Expansion of constituent-based community conversations with Amendment A. Is there a second?
Member Takagi, I second that motion.
The floor is open for any member questions or comments on this motion. Member Hosravi, you have your hand raised.
That was from before.
Thank you very much. Member Jones.
Sorry, since I'm so new to the process, just making sure I'm on track. So we're saying that Amendment B is like completely off the table, no longer being considered.
The motion on Amendment B did not pass.
Got you. Okay. I will just comment. I did enjoy the regionality piece. Where I was in conflict, and the reason why I abstained is because you did say that that is considered. It's one of the areas that is considered amongst other things that are considered. And highlighting a point you made, the Inland Empire as well as Coachella Valley often does not get representation at these tables. I'm very happy that we're both here to do that. So there is part of me that understands Parshawn's point and would like to make sure that if it is considered heavily going forward, so that representation across all counties are. So, that's why I was in conflict. I really wanted to vote yes, but it just felt like the vote came very fast. And so here we are. But yeah, just clarification and an additional comment from me. That's all. Member Jones.
Member Viveros Walton. Yes, but I'm hesitant to be over prescriptive about how we're going to address this. There's always the opportunity to, as we engage in these conversations, to add layers of improvement. And, as we evaluate kind of how the first year went, where did these end up being? I'm just really hesitant to be so prescriptive about the how, because then we're not meeting our own expectation. And so currently, in the way that the board is made up now, there's diversity of regionality, I don't know that there's so much in terms of sector, but it's just one of those things where I think the governing board takes that into account in terms of who they appoint to these committees. And so I'm just really hesitant to keep adding lots of not restrictions, but just anyway, I just want to keep us flexible, and then evaluate how things are going, and then make the proposal, and then we can include something if we're seeing that all of the conversations are happening in urban centers and not in rural communities, then maybe that's something that we add to it. So anyway, that was the reason that I was hesitant about Amendment B, but I would like to move it forward with Amendment A. Thank you.
Member Hosravi?
Yeah, I'd like to just say, that is exactly why I wanted the prescription to be there, because without prescriptiveness, this work is not happening in the communities that should be happening. So I understand the concern of we might not be able to do it, we might not be able to get us there, and it might be too hard to do, but that's what it is. That's the work of Community Engagement Advisory Council. That's why we have to put some fire under ourselves to do that work, not come back and say, well, you know, it might make it hard for us. Okay, so, you know, that was the point of it, but I understand the body decided not to put this amendment. Frankly, as I've had the conversation with Member Gottlieb, I knew this would be a difficult amendment to add to a community conversation. So I'm not super surprised it didn't happen. I do want to get a clarity though from the staff, because as I understood it, the three proposals that were brought forth were prioritized but not final, meaning we can still make a motion to replace one with another of the three proposals that were there before. Is that correct, or is that not correct?
This is Mary Ann Bates. The office needs to follow the processes that are in the governance manual that the governing board adopted. So we do need to move forward with that process as described today, meaning discussing the three prioritized proposals. Thank you for that question.
But just as a point of clarification process was, I understand we have to follow the governance manual, but my question was, if a motion is presented as we finish the discussions today, and that motion is to replace an existing proposal, that one of these three proposals with another one of the three that did not make it to the prioritization survey, is that something that we as a body can take up today? It's a parliamentary question, frankly.
So this is Mary Ann Bates. Correct me if I'm incorrect. My understanding is that the board has now taken action on Amendment B. So the board has decided not to move forward with Amendment B. And so your options to move forward would be to now do a vote on the proposal overall with the Amendment A, which has already passed. So I believe that is the opportunity the board has to take action now. And our council, please correct me if I stated that incorrectly.
You're correct. I don't think that was the question that was asked. I would say my concern would be that there was no agendized item regarding your proposal. And so there would be a problem with us not providing public notice that we were going to discuss a proposal that was not listed on the agenda as the item being discussed.
Thank you. That was Julia Blair, General Counsel.
Thank you for that clarity. Can I ask one more parliamentary question as well? Follow up to Julie's feedback. Thank you for that. The secondary question that I had from a parliamentary perspective, so I understand the agendization will not allow for it potentially to be done today. But, and I'm just simply asking, once we finish the discussions of these three proposals, if, and we get to propose three to move forward for feasibility, if one of them, not this proposal specifically, I actually quite support Member Gottlieb's proposal, so I want to be clear about that. But if one of the proposals is voted and not approved to move forward for feasibility, could we then motion to bring another proposal instead to submit to feasibility study at this or a future meeting that we could set as a special meeting?
It would need to be at a future meeting, and that would be an appropriate discussion on the agenda where you say agenda items for a future meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we do have a motion on the table from Member Viveros-Walton with a second to approve the expansion of constituent-based community conversations proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A. Before we vote, let's pause for public comment. Stephanie, please proceed.
Thank you. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comment should be limited to this item only. I have no speaker slips and do not see anyone in the room in Sacramento that would like to comment, so I will move on to Zoom. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment. I see no raised hands. I will close public comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Thank you. It's coming up on the slide. To approve the expansion of constituent-based community conversations proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A. Stephanie, please do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Member Asseltine? Member Chang? Member Countryman Quiros?
Aye.
Member Gamboa?
Aye.
Gonzalez?
Aye.
Member Gottlieb?
Aye.
Member Jones?
Aye.
Member Khosravi?
Aye.
Member Largo? Member Lopez Valdez?
Aye.
Member Lopez? Member Navarez?
Aye.
Member Nguyen?
Aye.
Member Rodriguez? Member Takagi?
Aye.
And Member Viveros Walton.
Aye.
For the record, we have 11 ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie. The motion passes. Given the time, it's getting early into the afternoon already. I'm going to suggest that we go next to general public comment and then to lunch, and then resume with agenda item 6 following our lunch break. At this time, we'll open it to members of the public for general public comment. This will be our final item before we break for lunch. Stephanie, do we have anyone wishing to make a public comment?
We have no commenters here in Sacramento. Moving on to Zoom, I will open it up for public comment. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this agenda item. I see no raised hands. I will pause momentarily to allow anyone interested to do so at this time. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. At this time, we'll pause for a 45-minute lunch. I'll ask members to return at.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm really concerned about time and not being able to get to the agenda items. I was going to suggest to do a 30-minute lunch and come back. If that's okay with my colleagues, I'm just really concerned about time.
We can take a vote on it. Traditionally, we don't cut short time, understanding that members do need that 45-minute lunch break, but I will lead a roll call vote. Or maybe not.
I don't think we need to vote. If somebody has a concern with not having a 30-minute lunch, then you could say so and we could make a decision.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no objections in the room, we'll ask members to convene at 1:24 following lunch. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back, members. Welcome back, members of the viewing public. It is 1:27. We have a long afternoon ahead of us. So I'd like to advise members that we're going to obviously hear the next two proposals first. That's our priority, to make sure we get all three proposals. And then we'll move to the remaining items that are action items that require a vote of the board. This does mean that some of our informational items will be delayed, and depending on the length of deliberation that goes on this afternoon, some of those informational items may get cut or bumped. Okay, so we'll next proceed to agenda item 6, presentation and discussion of public comment and possible action on the community engagement proposal entitled the California C2C mobile application. This is the second proposal of 3 that we will hear today, and I would like to invite Mike Nguyen, Community Engagement Advisory Board member, Brian Estrellado, Director of Data Programs, and Kathy Booth, Project Director, Economic Mobility, Post-Secondary and Workforce Systems with WestEd, to present this item.
Thank you, Leslie. And hi again, everybody. I'm Ryan Estrellado, the Director of Data Programs at C2C. And for this agenda item, I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was created for it. if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, you can find that staff report on our website. As we go into this agenda item, I'd like to inform members that the office allocated 30 minutes for it. Before we begin with Member Nguyen's presentation, I'll review the goal and next steps for this agenda item. The goal for this item is to discuss a proposal, the amendments received, and ultimately to vote on whether to advance the proposal with or without the amendments to a feasibility study. The office received one amendment for this proposal. We'll call that Amendment A, and the amendment was submitted by Member Nguyen. The materials can be found printed in front of members. I'll just really quickly say that we have three parts to this: the proposal presentation, the discussion of Amendment A, and then the overall proposal with or without amendments. Shall I keep going?
I'm sorry, Member Nguyen, before you start your presentation, in my haste to get us through as much as we can this afternoon, we did not reestablish a quorum when we returned from lunch. So I'll ask Stephanie to please do a quick roll call.
Thank you. Member Asseltine? Member Chang? Member Countryman Quiros? Member Gamboa?
Present.
Member Gonzalez? Member Gottlieb? Member Jones?
Present.
Member Khosravi? Member Khosravi, I see you on the line, but I cannot hear if you're
Present.
speaking.
Can you guys hear me? Present.
Thank you. Member Largo? Member Lopez Valdez?
Present.
Member Lopez? Member Navarez?
Present.
Member Nguyen?
Present.
Member Rodriguez? Member Takagi?
Present.
And Member Rivera Walton.
Present.
For the record, we have 11 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. My apologies, Member Nguyen. Please proceed.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm here to present my proposal today. It's called the CA C2C mobile application. And I just wanted to thank my fellow board members today. And I'm honored to have earned your trust and support to have advanced this proposal to this meeting today. Next slide, please. So I invite you to learn more about the C2C application today. In my proposal, I've outlined it to be a transformative application that will consolidate all of C2C's information, from the data points to dashboards, into a single, easy-to-use platform. Whether you're a student, educator, or policymaker, this secondary medium will break down barriers, allowing the full scope of resources from cradle to career at your fingertips. This is instrumental for Californians to have increased and equitable access to valuable information at their fingertips. Next slide, please. So we've established a website, of course, but what makes this different? Well, with the user-friendly application embedded with strong performance, functionality, privacy, and security, the user is in control and is able to have an intuitive experience, no matter which device they're on. This increases user retention and is able to ensure that our stakeholders will be able to come back to this one-stop shop resource for their needs. It also opens the door to other possibilities we can harness, whether it's AI and external integration that's on the rise, a smoother user interface, better customization control, and increased brand visibility. It's going to deliver a personalized experience to ensure the dashboards or infographics aren't squished. And this was specifically mentioned just 15 days ago at the October 1st DTAB meeting by Member Mian. So this isn't a radical idea, it's a common sense one. Next slide, please. Just a few recent years ago, I remember attending a Title I school district where not every student in the room had access to a stable computing device, nor broadband. I know my story is just one of many. So this isn't just a talking point, but I feel it's an ethical duty for us to make C2C accessible to all, regardless of their technological resources. To put this into perspective, the California Department of Education distributed an astounding 46,000 Chromebooks during COVID, and these Chromebooks went to students in rural areas, and more than a majority were in the poorer scale of the bar graph on the right-hand side of the slide. So this is a very real problem. We can enable students in rural or underserved areas to access the most critical data. Next slide, please. Just outlining 3 of these images here. This application absolutely ties back into what we have been working towards. From a young age, mobile is a powerful tool that can democratize information and allow students the bright path to higher education if they so choose. To add on, it will also aid in and not contribute to California's known decades-long digital divide. We're able to address the inequities in this digital divide. The content, the tools, and digital literacy are opportunities for us to uplift stakeholders. So no matter your zip code, socioeconomic status, or technology, stakeholders can be afforded the opportunity to reach their full potential. Next slide, please. So why now? Well, you see in the circle, there's 3 applications in particular: Google Classroom, Canvas, and even the Common application. These are all mobile. These are what students are using real time. They're accessible and functioning. In addition, if you look below, we see a DMV app. Even in our state government, the DMV app is connecting people to services more than ever in a seamless fashion. And this isn't different from what C2C does, identifying those areas for support and supporting research on policies and providing tools for the educators, researchers, and policymakers. It's a family of resources that should be mobile so that everyone is able to access it. Next slide, please. And as we've mentioned today regarding the 5-year timeline, it's been a long time coming. The application is available, should be available, only when C2C has collected the data, with the data points being accurate and obtained. And only then would the application reflect this data, so there is no misinformation. By laying down the groundwork, we can develop an app that is inclusive and fully integrated with our existing resources, providing an amazing user experience. I believe we need to continue thinking boldly in this era where students are now living in a mobile world and are getting a mobile device even as young as the age of 11 years old. Next slide, please. My proposal is in alignment to our vision, connecting individuals and organizations to trusted information and resources. We can build towards this vision and bridge the gap for stakeholders just to give them the valuable resources they need for success. This is highly relevant as people have also asked for a mobile response, even in the community conversations. So we're not just launching an app too. We're committed to this holistic and proactive approach that's designed to meet the needs of the people and communities that we serve. Next slide, please. But don't just take it from me. This is former member Meredith Curry Nunez. She states that as a practitioner, I found that using my handheld device, such as a mobile phone or tablet, is more effective in accessing information. Whether I'm demonstrating to education leaders how to utilize the dashboards or answering an elected official's question about their city's education and career outcomes, the Cradle-to-Career data system's robust functionalities should be available at one's fingertips. It's still intuitive to explore and translate. Features like an accompanying mobile app, mobile responsive technology, and texting play a crucial role in delivering information to users in ways that support collaboration and education, especially when out in the field with families, educators, and multi-sector partners. Next slide, please. We also have a member VR from the Data and Tools Advisory Board, our counterpart. She emphasizes the importance of making C2C data accessible through multiple modalities. During the October 1st DTAB meeting, a similar idea was raised during the discussion of the dashboards, alignment across both C2C advisory boards on the methods to make C2C more accessible could be crucial to the continued success of C2C. So as you can see, there's been discussion and wide support of this proposal, whether it's through data and tools and also in our own group. Next slide, please. Those are my references. Next slide, please. And thank you so much for your attention today.
Thank you, Member Nguyen, for that presentation. Before we proceed with member deliberation and amendments, we'll pause for public comment. As Ryan Estrellado highlighted at the beginning of this agenda item, public comment will immediately precede member presentation. Stephanie, please open it up for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Leslie. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to the agenda item before us only. I have no speaker slips, and seeing no one in the room in Sacramento that would like to comment, I will be moving on to Zoom. So for members of the public who are attending via Zoom, I'd ask that you please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment at this time.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'll now ask Ryan and Kathy to continue in conversation with us on the next steps in the process, discussion of Amendment A.
Thank you, Leslie. As a reminder to the group, our goal for this section is to discuss and vote on amendments. Before this meeting, the office shared an amendment form with the advisory board members, and per that form, an amendment is defined as a clarification to the original proposal. And now I'll turn it over to Kathy to review the first amendment. After that, Leslie will review potential motions, and then we shall discuss.
Once again, the amendment's coming actually from the proposer. So is there anything you'd like to clarify about what changed?
Yes, Kathy. So my amendment clarifies that my proposal, the C2C mobile application, shall not be released to the public until data points, relevant tools, and all other components are retrieved, accurate, and confirmed as ready by office leadership. It also sets the plan in motion for this proposal to be properly developed and for future release to the public. So what this really clarifies is that we're putting a seed down the road for this to happen. This won't be an immediate thing that's going to be developed, because obviously the data points have not all been retrieved yet. And so I want us to set this in the groundwork so that when the time comes, the public will also have this alongside the website for better access.
Thank you so much for that clarification. And now, familiar process note, before we go into the potential motions for the agenda item, I'll highlight that in order to maintain the neutrality of the office in the advisory board proposal process, the office did not draft a motion for this agenda item. As members consider whether to advance this amendment to the feasibility study phase, before us on this slide, members will find potential motion language. I can model a potential motion using this template. Move to approve Amendment A to the CA-C2C mobile application proposal. Please note when referencing amendments in the motion language, members should be very direct with the amendment being included. In addition, I would like to kindly inform members that at this time, discussion should be limited to Amendment A. I'll now open the floor for any member questions or comments, and I'd invite any of you to share your thoughts.
Member Navarez, Member Nguyen, I think you did a fantastic job of sharing all this information, and I'm really happy and excited that you have such a good view of the pulse of our young people, but it's also just of the future forward. I'm just wondering, as we look at, I've had experience working with various platforms that try to convert into apps and with not a great degree of success. So with regard to like FAFSA, that was discontinued, and californiacolleges.edu, both of those, have not, they multiple attempts. And so I'm just wondering, looking at the future for an app versus a mobile friendly platform, what are your perspectives on those?
Thank you, Member Navarez, for your question. I think that considering that, even though those apps were discontinued, such as the FAFSA app, as you mentioned, I believe that going forward, we have the capability to ensure that what issues occurred in that moment can be mitigated and prevented in the future. In my amendment, I outlined that this proposal, if it were to be passed by this body and the governing board, that it would take effect within the next 3 years. And that is a wide range of time for, the office to do what is needed to be able to support this app. And so the purpose was to make sure that the dashboards or the data points or the infographics are able to be properly reflected on the application as well. So that when students, whether Member Mian mentioned in the DTAB meeting, 80% of LA youth that they were working with just opened up the resource on their phone. That's an incredibly high percentage of youth. And so when designing the app, that's going to be taken into account considering user interface so that the app can reflect what's on the website well.
Thank you so much. So just for clarification, so you're saying specifically an app that needs to be downloaded with limited space on a phone versus a mobile-friendly website. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then I'm just also wondering if you've done any investigation regarding the upkeep of apps, because that is something that, the faster pacing ones, there's like a continual upkeep. And my other challenge is just looking at our infrastructure as far as finance, like how that could be something that could be an allotment. And I know that'll be covered in the feasibility study, but just wondering if we've looked at that projectively.
Thank you for your questions, Member Navarez. As I've outlined in the, proposal as well, the upkeep and the updates are necessary as with any app. And so we see this as an opportunity for beta testing, of course, with some members of the public before a official release. And so I see that updates are critical to maintain the app. And I believe that as issues arise, we're able to fix them. And so when we talk about updates as well, it's necessary for the public to also chime in and to able to deliver their perspective. What can we do better as well? Because this is for them. And what was your second question again, Member Navarez?
Just looking at like the feasibility study, knowing that we're going into a time that so I know that that is going to be covered there, but I just wondered if you had any investigation into the, financial ramifications, being that I know we are not set at our data at this point. And so looking at, how we're going to be incorporating new data, what that's going to look like. And, and I think that may be more to the feasibility study. So, but I just thought I would kind of put that out there, especially, given the confines that we're working in financially in our state.
Absolutely. Thanks for your question, Member Navarez. As far as finances, I have outlined in the amendment that the Office of Cradle-to-Career shall determine the appropriate actions regarding the timeframe for developing, initiating, and releasing the application with regards to finance. And I was ambiguous about that, particularly because we don't have the feasibility report in front of us. But it's an opportunity for the feasibility support to see what's going to happen and what it would cost. As we did in the past cycle with Member Meredith Curry Nunez's report on student representation. We don't know the finances at the moment, so there's no immediate answer. But what we do know is that the feasibility report is able to describe what is needed in terms of finances.
Member Gottlieb.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Gottlieb. One thing at a time. Thank you, Member Nguyen, for your proposal. One comment, one question. I'll just echo Member Navarez's comments about fiscal responsibility and the cost to develop an app, large cost to develop an app and then maintain it, the cost that the office would have to hire people or a firm to do so on a regular basis. So just a comment. But my question is really about users and who you expect the users to be. To go a bit further into that, obviously the data system will have, and as has been discussed multiple times, have multiple objectives, multiple types of users. The researchers certainly doing public benefit work, institutions, the average user of data certainly will be able to interface with the stories and certain aggregated data aspects. But thinking about large data sets, which this app or the system certainly is, and I've had the pleasure of working with a longitudinal data system in a different state before, and knowing what those large databases look like essentially aren't necessarily app friendly for the average user. So and frankly apps aren't friendly for researchers. So I'm just curious, can you go a bit further into what your vision is for users and how they might interact with it on a daily basis to justify the app?
Yes, thank you for your question, Member Gottlieb. I really appreciate it. My vision for the app is to be able to connect those individuals and organizations to this data. And so, large data sets, that's the premise of what we're working with at Cradle-to-Career. And so I think it's no different than what we're doing with the website. It's going to be reflected on the application so that people are able to view them and make insights and make those decisions actionable insights. And so the users are able to look at these dashboards, these infographics as they need. For example, I'm a senior in high school. I'm going to be applying to colleges, but I'm I'm thinking about it. What major should I pick? What salary can I expect after I graduate with that major? Where are people from my high school going to college? Are they going to a 4-year institution, a 2-year institution? And so these are the type of questions that students like me face, at this critical point in our lives. And so this is an application that students can reference to, even on a daily basis. And throughout their post-secondary years in college too, as member VR mentioned in her comment, students at the Student Rising Above organization are using this in college to be able to access student stories and those infographics that they need to be able to do preparation for the trajectory of their life. And so that is my vision for this application.
Member Gamboa.
Member Gamboa, Member Nguyen, I want to again commend you on drafting this, and I completely agree with you that access to information is very, very important. But I also understand that data has a slippery slope to it, and so access, I think, comes at probably at a pivotal time that I'm not sure we're at yet, because I'm wondering if we move this to a feasibility study, there's so many unanswered questions that I don't think we even know how to quantify that number yet. Not knowing, what our data literacy even looks like for us, let alone try to put that on a platform. So my question to you is, would this be a proposal for next year maybe, or the following year? 3 years, I think, is way too late, because I think technology just moves way too fast, especially for us who are here. But you pointed in your PowerPoint, the iPad example, which I think was great, right? It was a wonderful initiative, technology move all by the state. But I also think about now, those that we really wanted to help and support are now impacted by the e-waste that produced as well. And so we have to look at both sides as we start thinking about this proposal. So I guess the question to you is this feasibility study even possible at this time?
I believe that is a question for the office.
This is Miriam Bates, Executive Director. What you move to feasibility study stage is your choice. And then we will do, as the office, create a feasibility study based on the information that either we have or that we can gather from our partners. So for example, to the question of what it would cost to build and maintain an app, we would look to other parties in the state who have launched mobile apps and learn from them. What did it take? How long did it take? How much does it cost you to maintain it? So that's how we would approach it at this stage. If you choose to advance it to a feasibility study, is we would do a feasibility study with the information we're able to gather at this point in time.
Member Jones.
So yes, Member Jones, more of a comment than a question. Lifting up what a previous member just said, if the overall outcome is to just make sure that people can access this from their phone, I would say I'm more in favor of a mobile-friendly website. It just makes sense if that is the only outcome this app solves, is just so that you can access it on your phone. A mobile-friendly website would do that. And I would also echo that because she brought up space, and I, for one, if I'm a kid, I'm going to keep my Instagram and Facebook before I keep the C2C database. I'm just saying, I am. And because iPhone typically offloads, the moment you lose space, it offloads any app that's taking up space. However, if the outcome really just is to access it on our phone, I think a mobile-friendly website would do that at a much cheaper cost. But yeah, just a comment.
Member Viveros Walton. So regarding Amendment A, the reason I liked the amendment was because it didn't give a specific time frame. So just like specific to that amendment, I'm okay with moving it forward. However, the kind of overall proposal, I'm also wondering if because I just double checked, californiacolleges.edu is mobile friendly, and I kind of set up an account just now, even though I don't need one, but sorry, sorry. Just to see, like, if I'm a student who is looking into post-secondary or careers and I'm, using my phone, I didn't need to download the app. I could just use the web-friendly interface on the phone. So just regarding Amendment A, I liked it because it essentially cleared like any deadlines, any kind of time restrictions or time deadlines. So just about the amendment, I'm okay with it. But the overall, I'm just concerned about the actual feasibility of an app intended to house all this data.
Thank you. The first motion will be specific to Amendment A. Is there a member who would like to make a motion on Amendment A at this time?
Member Viveros, Walton, just a question. If we don't pass Amendment A, but the whole proposal passes, then that means that it is still time fixed, that there's still a time deadline for all of you? Because I'm concerned that if there's a feasibility study that goes forward, that Amendment A is not part of it. So can we just, that's my question.
Sure. So procedurally, if there were no motion and approval to include Amendment A would not be included.
I can address that too from the point of view of the feasibility study itself. What it would mean practically for the office is that we would assess the feasibility of the proposal as stated in the original proposal itself. So if there is a timeline on there, we would assess both the ability for the office to implement it, remain politically neutral, look at cost on the timeline specified in the proposal.
I can't find a timeline in the proposal, so it's it's unclear to me why Amendment A was needed since there was no time. I can't see it in my rereading it quickly. I don't know if the drafter has any insight in that.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Member Viveros Walton. In my original proposal, I had the intention of not giving a timeline because I knew that this would be a process. And for a timeline to happen, that would mean that we could possibly rush things. And that's the last thing you would want to do with an app from my perspective. And so I wanted to add Amendment A specifically for clarity because I understand that some people might have misunderstood the original proposal or had not read all of it. And this was mentioned actually during the ad hoc committee meeting in the first round. And so this was mentioned by Member Navarez actually. And so I purposely did this in order to ensure that we don't have a specific time constraint. And so the parameters would be able to be more flexible for C2C and for us to also be in consultation to ensure that the app is delivering results.
Okay, so if Amendment A doesn't move, there is still no time deadline on the original proposal. So I'd just like to call the question on Amendment A.
Again, the floor is open for any member to make a motion in regards to Amendment A. Hearing no motion, we will proceed. Thank you, members, for your deliberation. All right. At this time, I'll pass it back to Ryan and Kathy to walk members through the final section of this agenda item, discussion and overview of the overall proposal.
Thank you. As specified in the governance manual, the advisory board members will be asked to vote on whether the proposal should be advanced to the office so that it can conduct a feasibility study. Today, members discussed an amendment received for this proposal. And for this portion of the agenda item, members will be asked to vote to advance the proposal to the office to conduct a feasibility study. And I will hand it over to Kathy to provide a quick summary.
So in essence, you'd be voting to move it forward with no amendments based on the discussion to date.
Okay. The members have discussed Amendment A and vote and taken no action. Using the potential motion template language, I can model a motion on the overall proposal. Move to approve the CA mobile application proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study with no amendments. At this time, I would like to open the floor for any member questions or comments and invite any of you to share your thoughts.
I just have a question. Do current plans include a mobile-friendly web interface?
Yes.
If there are no other questions, the floor is open for any member to make a motion on the overall proposal.
I just want to make a comment. So when I was reviewing all of the proposals and trying to, figure out how I would prioritize them, I asked myself what would have the greatest impact. And this proposal stood out to me as having potentially the greatest impact because people who are making decisions about their lives, these are the people that we're trying to clear a path of information for, need to have access to this kind of data. And so I'm very happy to hear that the website as planned will anyway be mobile friendly. But I didn't want us to go, I didn't want to not make that comment that by far access to every individual in California to this data is really, really critical.
Does any member wish to make a motion on the overall proposal? Hearing no motion, we will proceed. And we will proceed to agenda item 8. Please give staff one moment while we readjust our order of things. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Khosravi, I see your hand.
Thank you. Just point of order, given that there was no motion, does that mean this proposal does not advance? And as we stand, we only have one proposal that has been moved to advance and one that is remaining on the agenda to be discussed?
That's correct. There was no motion to move the second proposal heard, so it would not advance. The first proposal did advance, and we have one proposal left to hear today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Agenda item 8 is a presentation and discussion, public comment, and possible action on the data and tools proposal. I'm sorry. Is that right? Entitled Data Literacy Outreach Tools. This is the final proposal of 3 that we will hear today. I would like to invite Alexis Takagi, Community Engagement Advisory Board Member, Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs, and Kathy Booth, Project Director, Economic Mobility, Post-Secondary and Workforce Systems with WestEd to present this item.
Okay, this is Ryan Estrellado. For this agenda item, I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was created for it. And if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, you can find that staff report on our website. Also like to inform and remind members that the office has allocated 30 minutes for this agenda item. Before we begin with Member Takagi's presentation, I'll review the goal and the next steps for this agenda item. The goal for this item, next slide, please, is to discuss the proposal, the amendments received, and ultimately to vote on whether to advance a proposal with or without amendments to a feasibility study. The office has received 2 amendments for this proposal. Amendment A submitted by Member Hosravi and Amendment B submitted by Member Takagi. The materials can be found printed in front of members. You'll see the goals again on the slide here, 4 parts for this one: proposal presentation, discussion of the first amendment, Amendment A, discussion of Amendment B, and then the overall proposal with or without, vote for the overall proposal with or without amendments. And with that, I'd like to now give the floor to Member Takagi to present the proposal.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Member Alexis Takagi. I'm a doctoral candidate at Santa Clara University School of Education and Counseling Psychology. I'm the inaugural Basic Needs Coordinator at Santa Clara University as well, and I'm a Research and Policy Fellow at the Campaign for College Opportunity, and all these experiences are informing my presentation today. And I'm very excited to be presenting alongside Ryan and Kathy, so thank you for your time. Next slide, please. I want to start with the nature of the proposal and then just highlight California's increasingly diverse population as the call to action for this proposal. The nature of my proposal is equitable access to actionable information. I want to highlight this as it's arguably Cradle-to-Career's North Star is to democratize data to make it more accessible, to make informed decisions. And so this is really where my proposal is being rooted in. Data literacy equips individuals and communities with the tools to interpret and act on information. I'm going to provide some examples later in my presentation because data literacy is such a broad concept. Next slide, please. I want to highlight again some of just California's increasingly diverse population. There's no single race, racial, or ethnic group that's a majority in California. We have over 10 million California immigrants as of 2022, and the economy and geography shows diverse industries and landscapes, and I want to make sure that students are making informed decisions when it comes to their careers, their majors. If they want to go to a public institution or a private institution, I want to make sure that they know how they're interpreting this data. As a first-gen low-income student myself, I probably wouldn't know how to interpret this data, and I want to be able to leverage these tools to make informed decisions about my future and also give the opportunity to my peers as well to use this data. I also just want to highlight diversity among college graduates as well. That's an increasing for Latino and Black students at the UC and CSU system, and also the community college system, which is a vital space for underrepresented students, for adult learners, for students learning how to navigate these systems as well. Next slide, please. I want to quickly highlight how this proposal is in alignment with Cradle-to-Career's mission and vision, because I think that's really important. C2C has continuously strived to be California's leading provider in actionable data. And we can't interpret data if we don't have the tools or the language to be able to move that data forward. By integrating data literacy tools into our outreach materials, into community engagement events, we can have access to utilize data effectively and, again, make informed decisions about career pathways, educational pathways as well. This also aligns with the vision by connecting individuals and organizations to reliable information and resources. So I really just wanted to emphasize that as well. Data literacy tools, I think, will really serve as a bridge in connecting people to critical insights that they can make about their lives and also leverage to inform policy as well. Next slide, please. I also wanted to talk a little bit about how this advances C2C's 5-year timeline, just because, again, this is our guiding path. This is a screenshot that I've taken from our 5-year timeline. In year 4, we talk about regional engagement, public-facing tools and resources. I think that aligns really well with the outreach tools that we would be developing. Also, regional engagement efforts to prioritize understanding and addressing the unique needs of different communities. We have digital literacy. Again, we have access to these tools. The digital divide, I want to be mindful of all those factors as well. And then we have year 5, continuous improvement of engagement input. I think data outreach tools can really strengthen feedback loops with our users and, again, keep an open way of communication as well as we're continuing to develop deliverables with the data set. Next slide. I then wanted to talk from the engagement plan this again, there's a lot of areas of alignment. We want to embed resources within the data system to stop audience melt that can occur from sending students or individuals to multiple resources, a lot of information overload. We want to contextualize the data. I think we can do this a lot with deliverables. We've talked about a data dictionary before as a board, and then just, again, a toolkit for sharing data stories. I want to make sure that we're keeping the neutrality of the office, but I also want to ensure that they know how to have those stories and they know how to use that data to inform policy, to start clubs on campus, to do different things as well. So I think this just is another area of alignment. Next slide. Who would benefit from this action? I think data literacy can really, again, teach individuals how to leverage this data effectively in their life, in their educational, personal, and professional lives, as well as inform others in their community. We can also strengthen feedback loops with our data. For a responsive ecosystem, I want to make sure that our users know how to use this data, that we're not just, from a PhD candidate to a first-gen student navigating higher education systems. I want to make sure it's accessible for all, and I think that's where this alignment is as well. And then just promote effectiveness through data across communities. Who would implement this action? It really would take all of the boards. I really think that we each have our own strengths, from the office to the governing board to both advisory boards. I think they would all play a role in making sure that this is responsive to what California's diverse population needs, but also, again, to what our policymakers need, what do our student leaders need to, again, have champion these conversations. So I think the office would play a role as they're responsible for the implementation of the data system. The governing board is a crucial role in recommending the types of information that goes in, ensuring the commitment of resources. The data tools, this is their bread and butter. So how do they, what's their advice for how to de-jargonize the data as well, and then the Community Engagement Advisory Board, the strategies. And I think, again, this can be embedded in our community conversations. I'm not trying to add too much extra work to the things that we're already doing, but how can we embed this into our outreach efforts that can we give the users agency to then play with the data on their own and be confident in their data use as well? Next slide. I wanted to do a slide of what this looks like in practice. Just again, data literacy is a really broad term. I wanted to provide some examples. Again, we talked about a data dictionary. We talked about having different appendices to the deliverables that we're working on. I also think this can extend into workshops and training. Again, we've already had community conversations on this, but how can we expand that even more to have conversations about how do we interpret data? What is data analysis? What does this mean? And things like that, while maintaining neutrality of the office, of course. But what does this mean in research, workforce, and decision-making as well? So again, we're giving them the tools to then go out into their communities and play with the data as well. Another example is an interactive forum. I think this could be down the road as well, just depending on the bandwidth of the office, but how can we have, again, strengthen these feedback loops? This could be live stream, this could be a Zoom webinar. How can we make sure that we're actually getting insights and feedback from our users as well? And then just another more case study, more specific example, we could do a workshop titled Understanding Data for Our Future, Navigating Educational and Workforce Opportunities. The structure of it would be intro to Cradle-to-Career, practical application, and then a hands-on session where we could have Ryan or an office member go through, again, navigating the platform, using its accessibility features. We've done an excellent job of that, interpreting the data, and then discussing the findings in groups. We would need to fine tune that again to maintain the neutrality of the office, but I think that these are conversations that we should be having with our users as well. And some examples deliverables are the data literacy guide, the data dictionary or a glossary of key terms, and then access to an online tutorial that can be housed on YouTube. And then the opportunities, again, I think data empowerment. I really want to empower our users to use this data. I think it's really important. We can't just give it to them. We need to meet them where they are, and we need to assess the situation of what access do they have access to, and then what can we do to strengthen their use of the platform as well. I also think that there's, again, equity enhancement and then strategic decision-making, both from a family perspective to a policymaker as well. I think this And then challenges, the digital divide, I want to be mindful of not everyone has access to technology. So I'm thinking of ways that we could take this offline and what that would look like. I would love your feedback on that, of what this can look like in a non-digital space. I also think that there's diverse outreach needs, which would require different resources from the office. And I want to be mindful of that as well, just because, again, you're going to have a different approach from Silicon Valley to a rural area in California as well. And then tracking success, I would really appreciate your thoughts, but also the governing board's thoughts on can we measure success and track engagement. I think these are just my concluding thoughts, highlighting mission alignment, addressing knowledge gaps, equity-driven approach, and then I really think that this has the possibility to have a sustainable impact on how we talk about data and data culture as well, and I want to make it more accessible as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Takagi, for your presentation. Before we proceed with member deliberation and amendments, I'd like to pause for public comment. As Ryan Estrellado highlighted at the beginning of this agenda item, public comment will immediately precede member presentation. Stephanie, would you please open it up for public comment at this time?
Thank you. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this agenda item only. I have no speaker slips, and I see no one in the room in Sacramento that would like to comment. So I will move on to Zoom. For members of the public attending via Zoom, I'd ask that you please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment on this agenda item. I see one raised hand. Give me one moment and I can allow you to speak. Hello, Roy?
Good afternoon.
All right, let me start your 2-minute timer and go ahead and begin.
Good afternoon, Community Engagement Advisory Board members. Roy Tongalava, Policy Analyst with Etris West and co-chair of the Data for the People Coalition, a coalition of organizations across the state representing advocates, parents and families, students and educators united by our dedication to leveraging data, including C2C to advance equitable policy and practice. Thank you very much to Member Takagi for your leadership in introducing this proposal and for this comprehensive presentation. We strongly believe that enhancing the capacity and data literacy of end users is a crucial component of ensuring the data system truly serves our communities, enabling every individual to make informed decisions in education and workforce development. Additionally, incorporating a multilingual resource repository will make data literacy resources more accessible to diverse communities, and including opportunities for community engagement through discussions, live Q&A sessions, and platforms like online forums and comprehensive FAQs will better support end users in navigating and utilizing C2C data dashboards and stories to meet their unique needs. Given this, we would encourage your aye vote on this proposal. Thank you.
I see. Oops, sorry about the echo. Clicked the wrong button. I see no other raised hands at this time, so I will close public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next up, Ryan and Kathy will take us through the next steps of the process, discussion of Amendment A.
Thank you. As a reminder to the group, our goal for this section is to discuss and vote on amendments. Before the meeting, the office shared amendment forms with the advisory board members, and per that form, an amendment is defined as a clarification to the original proposal. I'll now turn it over to Kathy to review the first amendment. After that, Leslie will review potential motions, and after the proposed motions, we shall discuss.
So this is where we're going to go back to the order in which the amendments came in, which is by the alphabetical order of the person. So in this case, we do not have the first amendment coming from the proposer. It's actually from Member Khosravi, who's the amendment is coming from. So to clarify the difference between the two, Tagagi's proposal focuses on providing resources to community members to enable them to better utilize the information provided by C2C's tools. Khosravi's amendment addresses the knowledge that C2C staff have related to alternative ways to prepare learners for work, such as directing students toward more explicitly occupational programs, emphasizing skills over degrees, and providing credit for learning that happens outside of college. The amendment also lists workforce-related conferences that staff should go to promote C2C and explain its relationship, or the relationship of the data that it has to workforce and career development. So I hope I've got that right. Any other clarifications on that?
Thank you. And no, that was perfectly well put. And the only just addition I will share is, the huge supporter of Member Takagi's proposal, and really appreciate the aim it has and providing data literacy tools. And we even discussed this in the ad hoc committee in terms of how many more things we could do with this frame of mind. And so it was with that in mind that I thought I thought for it to be useful for us to add this specific piece of amendment into it, to add to the workforce angle of this umbrella conversation and clarify that more by providing some of the tools and resources that could be used for this proposal. So with that, I would appreciate the members' supports on this. And a big shout out to the Member Navarez, who initially proposed these tools in their own proposal. So thanks, that's it.
Okay, note on process before I go into the potential motions before us for this agenda item. I again would like to highlight that in order to maintain the neutrality of the office in the advisory board proposal process, the office did not draft a motion for this agenda item. As CEAB members consider whether to advance this amendment to the feasibility study phase before us on this slide, members will find potential motion language. I can model a potential motion using the template. Move to approve Amendment A to the Data Literacy Outreach Tools proposal. Please note, when referencing amendments in the motion language, members should be very direct with the amendment being included. In addition, I would like to kindly inform members that at this time, discussion should be limited to Amendment A. The floor is now open for any member comments. I invite you to share your thoughts.
I have a question regarding this. So Member Takagi, what are your thoughts on this amendment and how does it relate to the original proposal?
I do think that there are areas of alignment. I think there could be areas that could strengthen. I think my proposal is more, again, on the user experience, and that's what I really want to champion here. But I do think that there are strengths to the amendment proposed that I think I don't want to disregard, and I think that it would be remiss to completely disregard it. So I think there are elements that I would like to see in a feasibility study of what that would look like and how we can operationalize it a little bit more. Because I know we talked about in the ad hoc committee what those components would look like. So I would like to see parts of that.
What are the specific parts in Amendment A?
I think specifically the guided pathway workshop. I think that specifically, like, what issues does the amendment address? I really want to champion that work, especially with the submission to equity to careers in mind, because we need to do more work on the workforce part. We've done a lot on the education part, but I think we need to do more to champion workforce education, especially because, like, I wouldn't know how to interpret that data. So I think if we can incorporate more workforce on that, again, the CTE conference, Educating for Careers, I really like those elements of the proposal as well.
Thank you so much, Member Takagi. You did a fantastic job. I just want to reference back to the ad hoc conversations where we're looking at first the alignment, I think, with digital literacy and data literacy with regards to Member Gottlieb's. I believe that this is an infrastructure that we have to have set before we're going out to create more, community engagement and such. So I think it's pivotal for for the work that we've already moved forward today. I think looking into the future, and I know we're not sure if we're going to get to the work task force with our timelines today, but I also know looking at what we shared, we are at the point now where we're looking at workforce. And I think as we're thinking about our data literacy, we need to be cognizant of, at this point, we have very, majorly focused on our educational world. And so I think it would behoove us as we're thinking about data literacy to make sure we're incorporating the data and the terminology and such into that kind of conversation. So I think that that's where some of those alignments happen. And I don't believe that we necessarily have the knowledge that we need. I know I don't in my space for the workforce and the future workforce. So I think that that's where I see the alignment happening with your proposal is having C2C in the places and spaces where we're able to capture the terminology, the voices of the workforce. So as we're creating our data literacy tools, they're incorporating that future focus.
Yeah, I appreciate your comment. I definitely think we need to bridge the gap between, again, cradle to career. We need to strengthen that component. So I appreciate your comment.
Member Nguyen.
Thank you, Member Takagi, for your presentation. And I was just curious here, in Amendment A, I'm a little fuzzy about the actions. If it's a TED Talk and then a table and then community conversations. Considering that the main proposal is digital literacy tools, I am curious about, how germane the amendment has to be to the proposal. And I asked General Counsel about this, but I was curious to ask you, Kathy, about that.
Well, I'm really here just to facilitate the discussion. What was the guidance that you all were given is that the amendment should be clarifying the initial proposal.
Yeah, thank you for that answer.
Are there additional member thoughts or motion in regards to Amendment A?
Member Gamboa here. Member Takagi, I want to again congratulate you on putting so much effort into this. Really, really appreciate it. Using your word, de-jargonizing the data is going to be very, very critical. I would propose also that I know that we won't be able to translate every single thing, but maybe having the top 100 most, searched or words that might be needed for translation be added to a depository as well, so that our community understands how to look at this data.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I also think that that's something I'd like to see in the feasibility study. And I also think I think that's also a good way for us to track again, like what are the most commonly searched data points as well.
Is there a motion on Amendment A at this time?
I move to approve Amendment A.
Thank you, Member Hosravi. Is there a second?
I'd like to offer some amendments, Member Khosravi, if you're open to that.
For sure.
I think out of Amendment A, I think bullet number 3 is, and it's specifically around workforce development and career readiness, like ensuring that that language is included in the original proposal. I don't know who Kevin Fleming is. I haven't Googled him. I'm concerned about putting the seal of this office that is supposed to be nonpartisan. I don't know. I just feel weird about highlighting one person. I did not read the PDF handbook, so if there's anything you'd like to highlight about the PDF handbook, that would be maybe some elements of that could be used in the resources, maybe as like an example. And then a question to staff is, are you all attending these conferences already? So I've seen you at a bunch of conferences, but I just don't know if you already attend these, and is it redundant to add them to the amendment?
I'll just say we have a budget for staff travel and constraints within that. When I'm off the top of my head, I would not be able to say that we are already attending the full list of conferences here. We attend conferences strategically based on when we're able to present and what's on our work plan. But I could not say we are already attending all of these conferences.
Okay. Thank you for that. Would you be open to just limiting the scope of Amendment A to number 3? At some of, like, if C2C is already attending a conference, that you also hold a table there. So if you're already planning on going to the conference, not adding these conferences to your list, but rather if you're attending, to just commit to having a table, if that's possible.
This is Mary Ann Bates. So just to clarify, I think that question should be directed to the person who's made the motion for the
Oh, I'm sorry.
amendment, and then the office will try in our feasibility study to speak to what the, all the trade-offs that Ryan had outlined,
Okay.
including cost and feasibility. So we're trying our best to be a neutral facilitator.
Got
for
it.
Your decision-making.
Appreciate it. Member Khosravi, how are you? Would you be open to that amendment, or would you rather, or do you not want to include that amendment?
I welcome amendments. I will, well, let's see. If I may, I know we're doing a game of telephone here. I would love to hear Member Navarez's thoughts on this, given that the amendment that I've submitted was initially taken out of the proposal that Member Navarez had introduced before. So I would like to give at least an opportunity for Member Navarez to explain what these tools are and why they're important. The way that they explained it to us in the ad hoc committee, which we all found all of these to be super helpful and good tools to have added, which is why I included them in the amendment. Yeah, so I guess I would like to point it out to Member Navarez and see if Member Navarez could share something, but otherwise I'm open to suggestions and amendments to the amendment.
Member Khosravi, thank you so much. I think that with regard to the third point of the conducting community conversations at key conferences, I think that's an excellent suggestion. I think the caveat would be, what are the key conferences? I think they need to be workforce or related. I think we have had a preponderance of communications at educational conferences, but I think the lacking area is that we are not heavily present in workforce related conferences. And I think that would be the key distinguisher, is especially going into this new year and looking at our work, is having that be a key element.
Thank you, Member Navarez. Given that, I'm open to any suggestions from yourself or other members of the board.
So to be clear, my suggested amendment to your amendment, I'm sorry. Is it a substitute motion? I'm not sure. You can figure
We'll
this out,
just
but
go
I would
at it.
strike section 1 and 2 and keep number 3.
So the new, so what I would do is make your own motion, say I move,
Oh, and make a substitute.
and then somebody else would second your motion. Yes.
Okay, so make a
Would I
substitute.
take that as a friendly amendment? Should make it faster, the process to my
I
motion?
just think it's clearer for the record if the motion
sure.
is stated really clearly
Okay.
what it is.
Sounds
I would like to make a motion, a substitute motion, to conduct community conversations around workforce development and career readiness, and including workforce and career readiness language in the proposal, in the original proposal. So that would be the amendment.
I will
Does that-
second that amendment.
So the amendment is to take the third part of the amendment. So that's it. So I would say move
Strike 1
to,
and 2.
right, move to
No.
approve
Strike.
bullet 3 of amendment A.
You have to, there's a word in there that says at these key conferences, so we have to amend the language of the third bullet so that we're not specifying the exact conferences.
So at CTE, at
Or
career,
workforce
at
related.
workforce related conferences.
I think that would be, yep.
So that would be the substitute motion on the floor.
I second that motion. Member Navarez.
I'm going to write that
Well,
motion.
yeah, one moment,
so
please,
just
while
give
we
us a
get
moment.
this written up so we can be very clear that we understand the language we're voting on.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay. Thank you, members, for your patience. We have a motion from Member Viveros Walton and a second from Member Navarez to approve the addition of item 3, conduct community conversations at workforce-related conferences across California of Amendment A to the Data Literacy Outreach Tools proposal. Okay. Before we vote, we'll pause for public comment. Stephanie, please proceed.
Thank you. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this agenda item only. I have no speaker slips. Moving on to Zoom. For members of the public attending via Zoom, I'd ask that you please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment on this agenda item. I see one raised hand. Give me one moment. All right, Roy, I permitted you to speak. I will start your 2-minute timer now.
Apologies, that was by mistake. But Roy Tongalava with Etches West and Woodard Drive up. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other raised hands, I will close public comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Again, the motion and second. The motion is to approve the addition of item 3, conduct community conversations at workforce-related conferences across California, of Amendment A to the Data Literacy Outreach Tools proposal. Stephanie, please take a roll call vote.
Member Asseltine? Member Chang? Member Countryman Quiros?
Aye.
Member Gamboa?
Aye.
Member Gonzalez?
Aye.
Member Gottlieb?
Aye.
Member Jones?
Aye.
Member Khosravi?
Aye.
Member Largo? Member Lopez Valdez?
Aye.
Member Lopez? Member Navarez?
Aye.
Member Nguyen?
Aye.
Member Rodriguez? Member Takagi?
Aye.
Member Viveros Walton?
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have 11 ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie. This motion passes. As Ryan Estrellado mentioned at the beginning of his presentation, members will be asked to vote on up to 3 separate motions during this agenda item. Before we go into the second motion, I'll hand it back to Ryan to walk members through Amendment B.
Thank you. As a reminder to the group, our goal for this section is again to discuss and vote on an amendment. This is Amendment B. Before this meeting, the office shared amendment forms with the advisory board members, and per that form, an amendment is defined as a clarification to the original proposal. Kathy had to step out, so I'll do this next part, which is summarizing Amendment B. Amendment B was submitted by the proposal author, Member Takagi, and amends the original proposal to include specific activities outlined in the background document that the office did, and it's included in your materials. And now I'll turn it over to Member Takagi to see if there's anything to add about her amendment.
Yeah, I'll just echo what Ryan said. It was really just making it more concrete. Data literacy is such a broad concept. So if we can tie it to something that we can see metrics for and actually add success and actually have a rubric, that's where this amendment comes from. And then also highlighting multilingual materials, because I definitely want to champion that work. So if we can make it accessible as possible and then have that in the feasibility study. So really just making it more tangible.
Thank you, Member Takagi. Process note, before we go into the potential motions before us on this agenda item, I'll again highlight that in order to maintain the neutrality of the office in the advisory board proposal process, the office did not draft a motion for this agenda item. As members consider whether to advance this amendment to the feasibility study phase, before us on this slide, members will find potential motion language. I will model this potential motion using the template. Move to approve Amendment B to the Data Literacy Outreach Tools proposal. Please note when referencing amendments in the motion language, members should be very direct with the amendment being included. In addition, I would like to kindly inform members that at this time, discussion should be limited to Amendment B. I will now open the floor for any member questions or comments and invite you to share your thoughts.
Member Jones, after looking at Amendment B, I really see language only changing in 2 areas, both of which I really appreciate, especially for when you talk about making sure that when we are engaging with nonprofit organizations and educational institutions, us co-creating communication. I thought that was really, really key because speaking from a nonprofit organization, when we're working with families and students, we often have a different perspective or lens on how best to reach them. So I'm glad that you included that language. And then also you touched on another member's point of multilingual materials. So I appreciate Amendment B.
Member Navarez, I just want to echo the multilingual aspect, and especially as we're going forward in feasibility study, I know that oftentimes if we don't include that, and it's seen as an afterthought, first of all, then it's an afterthought and it should never be. But secondly, then we're also not taking in the totality of what it's going to cost. But what it's going to cost if we don't is, I think, more of the question.
Is any member wishing to make a motion on the amendment?
Can you put it back on the screen, please? Wait, let's see if I can do this. I move to approve Amendment B to the Data Literacy Outreach Tools proposal in its entirety. Oh, I added its entirety. Darn it. Whatever.
Member Gamboa, second.
Thank you. That was Member Gottlieb making the proposal and a second from Member Gamboa. Before we vote, we'll pause for public comment. Stephanie, could you please proceed?
Thank you. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this item only. I have no speaker slips. I will move on to Zoom. For members of the public who are attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this agenda item. I see no raised hands at this time. I will pause momentarily to allow anyone interested to do so. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment at this time. Thank you.
Great. We have a motion and a second to approve Amendment B to the Data Literacy Outreach Tools proposal. We'll now take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Member Asseltine? Member Chang? Member Countryman Quiros?
Aye.
Member Gamboa?
Aye.
Member Gonzalez?
Aye.
Member Gottlieb?
Aye.
Member Jones?
Aye.
Member Khosravi?
Aye. Aye.
Member Largo? Member Lopez Valdez?
Aye.
Member Lopez? Member Navarez?
Aye.
Member Nguyen?
Aye.
Member Rodriguez? Member Takagi?
Aye.
Member Viveros Walton?
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have 11 ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie. This motion passes. I'll now hand it back to Ryan to walk through the final section of this agenda item, discussion and overview of the overall proposal.
Almost there, y'all. As specified in the governance manual, advisory board members will be asked to vote on whether the proposal should be advanced to the office so that it can conduct a feasibility study. And today, members discussed and voted on 2 amendments received for this proposal. For this portion of the agenda item, members will be asked to vote to advance the proposal to the office to conduct a feasibility study. And now I'll summarize the topic of discussion, which is going to be the overall proposal submitted by Member Takagi, including item 3 from Amendment A and also Amendment B. And now I'll turn it over to Leslie to preview potential motions.
Great. Process note again. Before I go into the potential motions before us on this agenda item, in order to maintain the neutrality of the office in this proposal process, we did not draft a motion. Instead, we've provided a template. I will model the template for you. The CEAB can move to approve the Data Literacy Outreach Tools proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment B. I got that right? Correct? Amendment B. We had there was no action on Amendment A.
No, there was.
There was.
Going to the action.
I'm sorry. The amended action of, okay. Let's try again. Okay, so you can use one of the following potential motions, not motion 1, which is showing because 2 amendments were tabled. Right? Thank you. Thank you for your patience, folks. A.
Are you able to put the new motion on the slide from our council? Thank you.
All right. I think we'll get through this. We'll get through it together. Okay. The CEAB can move to approve the data literacy outreach tools proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including the addition of item 3, conduct community conversations at workforce-related conferences across California of Amendment A. That would be one option. Amendment A as amended, right? The CEAB can move to approve the proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment B, different choice. Or the advisory board can move to approve the data literacy outreach proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, which is what you see on the screen, including Amendment A as amended and Amendment B. So 3 different choices here.
There's
for your
4,
vote.
actually. They could have moved to approve the proposal to advance to a feasibility study with no amendment.
4 choices for the third motion. Does anyone have a clarifying question about any of those choices, just to make sure that we're all on the same page?
I'd like to just, no clarifying question, but I'd just like to make the motion to approve the proposal with both the amendments.
So Member Hosravi, just for clarification, that would be with Amendment A as it was amended and advanced. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Have a motion. Before we vote, we'll need to pause for public comment. Stephanie, could you please open that up for us?
If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this item only. Having no speaker slips, I'll move on to Zoom. For any interested members of the public wishing to comment on Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment.
Great. We have a motion and a second for this third proposal to approve the data and literacy outreach tools proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including the addition of item 3, conduct community conversations at workforce-related conferences across California of Amendment A and Amendment B. Stephanie, please take a roll call vote.
Member Asseltine? Member Chang? Member Countryman Quiros? Member Gamboa?
Aye.
Member Gonzalez?
Aye.
Member Gottlieb?
Aye.
Member Jones?
Aye.
Member Khosravi?
Aye.
Member Largo? Member Lopez Valdez?
Aye.
Member Lopez? Member Navarez?
Aye.
Member Nguyen?
Aye.
Member Rodriguez? Member Takagi?
Aye.
Member Viveros Walton?
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have 11 ayes.
Thank you. This motion passes. Well done, folks. All right, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask that we press on without a break. If that's okay. I see nods in the room. We would like to get you through all of these action items as quickly as possible. So next up will be agenda item 9, the approval of the minutes from the July 10th, 2024 Data and Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Boards meeting. Members have all had the opportunity to review the meeting minutes from the July 10th, 2024 meeting. Would any member wish to make any additions or corrections to the meeting minutes? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the July 10th, 2024 Data and Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Boards meeting minutes as submitted?
Member
So moved.
Takagi and I move to approve.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you, Member Khosravi is second. Before we vote, we'll need to pause for public comment. Stephanie?
I have no speaker slips in Sacramento. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment on this agenda item. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment at this time.
Wonderful. We have a motion and a second to approve the Data and Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Boards meeting minutes from July 10th, 2024, and we'll now take a roll call vote.
Member Asseltine? Member Chang? Member Countryman Quiros? Member Gamboa?
Aye.
Member Gonzalez?
Aye.
Member Gottlieb?
Aye.
Member Jones?
Aye.
Member Khosravi?
Aye.
Member Largo? Member Lopez Valdez,
Aye.
Member Lopez, Member Navarez,
Aye.
Member Nguyen,
Aye.
Member Rodriguez, Member Takagi,
Aye.
Member Viveros Walton.
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have 11 ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie. The motion passes. We'll now move to agenda item 10. Approval of the minutes from the September 4th, 2024 Community Engagement Advisory Board Ad Hoc Committee for Proposal Prioritization meeting. The ad hoc committee convened twice since our July Joint Advisory Boards meeting and concluded its work with its second meeting on September 4th, 2024. The office would like to thank Member Gamboa, Member Hosravi, Member Navarez, Member Nguyen, and Member Takagi for all of their work on this ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee will not meet again, and we would like the meeting minutes to be available to the public, so we've brought the meeting minutes here today for a vote. Please note, only the members of the ad hoc committee will be asked to vote on this item. Do these members have any additions or corrections to the September 4th, 2024 ad hoc committee meeting minutes? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the September 4th, 2024 Community Engagement Advisory Board Ad Hoc Committee for Proposal Prioritization meeting minutes as submitted?
Member Gamboa moved to approve the Community Engagement Advisory Board Ad Hoc Committee for Proposal Prioritization meeting minutes for September 4th, 2024.
Member
Member
Takagi,
Hosravi
I
second.
second.
Thank you. That was Member Takagi in the room. Before we vote, let's pause for public comment. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to the September 4th, 2024 Community Engagement Advisory Board Ad Hoc Committee for Proposal Prioritization meeting minutes.
We have no speaker slips in the room in Sacramento. Turning to Zoom, for any members of the public who are attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would wish to comment on this agenda item. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment at this time.
Thank you. Stephanie will now perform a roll call vote of the members of that ad hoc committee.
Member Gamboa,
Aye.
Member Horshabi,
Aye.
Member Navarez,
Aye.
Member Nguyen,
Aye.
Member Takagi.
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have five ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie. This motion passes. Next, we will be going to agenda item 14 for action. Discussion, public comment, and possible action on the Community Engagement Advisory Board Liaison. I would now like to invite Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, C2C's Board Liaison and Governance Specialist, to present this item.
Thank you, Leslie. Keeping it brief, I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. So a little context, at the June 6, 2023 Data and Tools and Community Engagement Joint Advisory Boards meeting, a Data and Tools Advisory Board member suggested the implementation of an advisory board liaison. And this would be a designated individual from the Community Engagement Advisory Board that would report out at these Data and Tools Advisory Board meetings. So this is because advisory board members only have one joint meeting a year, and this would enable both advisory boards to be informed of the other board's work and progress in the interim. So the liaison has a standing agenda item on the Data and Tools meeting agenda and is asked to present updates, findings, or pertinent details to the Data and Tools Advisory Board members, and these presentations are traditionally held virtually. At the September 12, 2023 Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting, the CEAB appointed the first Community Engagement Advisory Board liaison to serve a one-year long-term commitment through fall 2024. So we are currently at fall 2024. I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the office to thank Member Gottlieb for his work as the 2024 Community Engagement Advisory Board liaison. A round of applause.
It was one meeting. Please stop.
So today we're asking for a delegation of a new Community Engagement Advisory Board liaison, and this is a year-long commitment through fall 2025. So the Community Engagement Advisory Board Liaison can expect to participate at the 2025 Community Engagement Advisory Board dates, which are listed here on the slide before us. I do like to point a special flag. The Friday, July 11th is our joint advisory board meeting. So even if you are not our liaison, you are still expected to be in attendance. Just clarifying that. So as I conclude my presentation, staff recommends that the advisory board move to designate one member to serve as the Community Engagement Advisory Board Liaison and one member to serve as the Community Engagement Advisory Board Secondary Liaison for the Data and Tools Advisory Board member. So the thought here is that it's good practice to have a primary and a secondary. So we all know everyone here is busy, and it's a good idea to have a secondary in the event that the primary cannot make the report out. And this is important as we'd like to keep the good work going. I'd like to conclude my presentation and pass it over to Leslie Taylor to lead member questions and comments and potentially get a volunteer or two for this.
All right, I'm happy to open this up for member questions, comments, raised hands, folks who'd like to volunteer.
I just wanted to ask Member Gottlieb what his experience was like.
It was lovely. Thank you for asking. No, the way our calendar shook out, the way our calendar shook out this year was actually one meeting I had to be present at. About a week before the meeting, I met with our colleague in the office, not here today, Mary Kate, to go over what the agenda will be, what the process would be like, and to go over a brief summary of what we had discussed in that previous meeting. It was actually this meeting a year ago, so the discussion was about our single proposal from last year. So I worked with Mary Kate on a few bullet points. I think I was there for 8 minutes. I got one question, I believe, from a colleague of mine, if I'm not mistaken. And they were all a lovely bunch. So yeah, I would be happy to do it again if no one else wants the pleasure. Yeah. As I say that, though, I need an alternate because I won't be at our next meeting. I can be at the Data and Tools meeting. I just won't be at our meeting a week later. So, but if someone wants to be at all meetings, I will happily be a second.
Thank you, Member Gottlieb. That's very generous.
I have a question. You can do it virtually, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll volunteer.
Thank you, Member Takagi.
Member Takagi, can you clarify, are you volunteering as the primary or the secondary?
I'll be the primary.
I'll be Member Takagi secondary.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. May I have a motion to designate these two colleagues of yours?
I would be honored to motion that they serve in this role.
I'll second.
Thank you, members. I think we're going to try to get your specific
Okay, fine.
names into the motion.
I move to
Just a moment,
designate that
please.
Member Takagi serve as the Community Engagement Advisory Board Liaison and that Member Navarez serve as the Community Engagement Board Liaison second for the Data and Tools Advisory Board.
Wonderful. And we had a second from Member Gonzalez.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All right. Before we vote, we'll proceed to public comment. If you'd like to comment on this agenda item, please note comments should be limited to this agenda item 14 only.
Thank you. I have no speaker slips here in the room. Turning it over to Zoom. For anyone interested in wishing to provide public comment for this agenda item, please raise your hand at this time. Seeing no raised hands on Zoom, I will close public comment at this time.
Wonderful. We have a motion and a second to designate Member Takagi to serve as the primary Community Engagement Advisory Board Liaison and to designate Member Navarez to serve as the Community Engagement Advisory Board Secondary Liaison for the Data and Tools Advisory Board. Stephanie, please take a roll call vote.
Member Asseltine? Member Chang? Member Countryman Quiros?
Aye.
Member Gamboa? Member Gonzalez?
Aye.
Member Gottlieb?
Aye.
Member Jones?
Aye.
Member Khosravi?
Aye.
Member Largo? Member Lopez Valdez?
Aye.
Member Lopez? Member Navarez?
Aye.
Member Rodriguez? Member Takagi?
Aye.
Member Viveros Walton?
We also need to ask Member Nguyen to vote.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize, Member Nguyen. Member Nguyen.
Aye.
All right, for the clarity of the record, we have 10 ayes.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. This motion passes. So I just want to do a time check. It's 3:08. We have just over 20 minutes remaining in the scheduled portion of this meeting. And we have made it through the action items. So that's the most important thing. Our plan to move forward is that we will not hear items 7 or 11 due to timing. And we'd like you to consider a choice between items 12 and items 13. Item 12 is the presentation on the Office of Cradle-to-Career Data's Student Pathways Dashboard Launch Communications Strategy. And item 13 is the update on the Student Pathways Dashboard. We could take one of those items. We could ask folks to split. Open to your thoughts on how you'd like to best use the remaining time.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Please.
For the other, for at least 3 of the options, are there opportunities if we follow the Faculty Keen Act for like a Zoom session, maybe later on to talk about some of those things? Should they be discussed or no?
We do not have to discuss them because they were information items and not action items. So it's okay, but under future agenda items, you could discuss whether or not you wanted to have a special meeting, I think.
And I would vote for number 12 because that one is allotted for 30 minutes. So if that can be done better in 15 minutes to account for the other things, there might be that.
Any thoughts or proceed with item 12?
Motion a second.
Sure. Happy to go with the consensus of the group. Let's proceed to item 12. Give us one moment while we reorder our slides and talking points.
Good afternoon. I promise to make this short. It will not take the full 30 minutes. My name is Angelique Palomar. I'm the Deputy Director of Communications here at Cradle-to-Career. I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on our website. Let's go over the goal of this presentation. So during this agenda item, I'll provide an overview of the communication strategy for the upcoming Student Pathways Dashboard launch. But just as important is that I'll outline opportunities for members of this board to be able to engage with our communications outreach and increase awareness across our state. Next slide, please. Before diving in, I know we've heard this several times of the authority of this board, but as specified in the governance manual, I just wanted to provide a quick level set. So as specified in the governance manual, this CEAB advisory board is responsible for examining whether the office is creating strong feedback loops with data users, supporting evidence-based decision-making and analytical capacity, and ensuring equitable access to actionable information. So we're currently working right now to launch the Student Pathways Data Tool, hopefully at the end of this year. This is an especially exciting time to serve particularly on this board because, as you all know, we're moving from the concept phase of the project to having something tangible. So instead of talking about our tools in the abstract, we're going to have something to be able to show and tell with members, with the community, with Californians. We'll have something that we can walk them through instead of trying to explain what we're trying to do. So I'm very excited to share our comm strategy aimed at increasing awareness, creating strong feedback loops with users, and supporting evidence-based decision-making. This is a significant milestone for us. It's crucial that we're effectively reaching California's diverse communities, ensuring that they understand the value of the Student Pathways Data Tool and how it can be leveraged to improve outcomes. Our strategy is built around 3 concepts. We'll see that in the next slide. First is press and media engagement. Second is digital media outreach. And the third is a comprehensive training program that includes both virtual and in-person training sessions. Let's start with the press and media engagement. This is our primary method for building broad awareness of the Student Pathways tool among policymakers, education leaders, and the general public. We're planning on a targeted media push through a press release announcement, and we'll also provide an opportunity for members of the press to be able to ask their questions with C2C's team. The second component of this press and media engagement is through op-ed and thought leadership pieces. Right now, we have 2 pieces in the works. The first is an op-ed piece written from a student's perspective. Thank you to members Takagi and members Nguyen for your contributions to this. This op-ed will highlight the challenges that students face when planning the transition from high school to college. The second piece is a thought leadership piece. It's a column. It's authored by our executive director, Marianne Bates. It will provide a high-level overview of what the Student Pathways data tool will look like, practical use case scenarios, and timelines. This piece will publish next month in the California School Board Association magazine, targeting thousands of district leaders. The third component of the press and media engagement is a targeted press outreach. We'll make sure that we are reaching out to our trusted members of the media and outlets, particularly serving Spanish speaking households, so Spanish media, education-focused households or outlets, statewide press, as well as local and regional outlets, and then we'll also focus on relevant podcast shows. Next is our digital media component. Our digital media strategy is designed to engage a more diverse audience. Our tactic includes social media campaigns, so we hope to leverage our partners' networks to extend beyond C2C's reach. E-blast, we plan to send tailored messages to different audiences to share our key milestones and to provide key features and how-to guides. And then web content, which in addition to the data viz and research questions, we're thinking through companion materials that can help a general audience digest what the Sankey diagram aims to do, which is to illustrate the students' journey and what that could look like outside a data visualization. So we're really just trying to cater to the different learners and users of Californians, hitting them with different modes, providing video tutorials and fact sheets. Next slide, please. Perhaps the most critical piece of our communication strategy is ensuring that users know how to make the most of the tool through tailored training. We plan to roll out a series of virtual and in-person training sessions in the form of community conversations post-launch. Virtual trainings will include webinars and video tutorials. In-person training sessions, you may recall, earlier this year, we embarked on in-person community conversations to meet Californians where they are. We plan to pick that back up once the dashboards are launched to be able to show communities how to use the dashboards, how they can use it and customize it according to the data that's specified in their region. So now that I've provided an overview of our comm strategy, I'm going to pivot a little bit to share a little bit more about how you as members can engage with our work in a meaningful way, take up a notch of the ambassadorship, because we heard really from you all that you wanted to do more. You wanted to increase C2C's visibility, and you wanted to widen our reach within the communities that you serve and the communities that you represent. So I'll outline 3 different ways for members to engage with our work. Let's begin with amplifying our work online. Tied to our digital engagement, we are seeking support from members to help amplify the launch later this year through our social media campaigns and email blasts. So beyond the digital space, this is, again, a baseline of what we're already doing for you all, which is to provide you with the content that you need to be able to share digitally and virtually, right? But beyond this, we're going to ask you to coalesce partners that aren't already engaging with C2C's work to increase their visibility and to increase their knowledge about our efforts. So if you would like to commit to this engagement, please let me know during member discussion. But if you also need a little bit more time to, want to commit to this, please let our governance team know by November 1st. The timeline of implementation is from November to March, which is when the next Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting is. Then we will provide an update on how this effort went. Next slide, please. The next engagement opportunity kicks up the ambassadorship a notch. Once we launch the data tool, we aim to provide a virtual information sessions. So noting that there are 16 of you all and only 2 of the engagement communications team, soon to be 3, I want to emphasize that y'all are our extra arms and limbs to be able to reach far and wide and beyond what we already have the reach of. So you all represent interest of Californians, whether in the advocacy space as a practitioner or a community-based organization, or in school districts or in philanthropy, or maybe you're a student. We're asking you to help us increase our visibility. So what does this engagement opportunity look like in practice? We would ask that if members are interested in volunteering for this opportunity, that CEAB members seek the opportunities to present in online virtual forums. If there's an event that's already existing, you can attach to that event. If you want to put together your own virtual webinar, we would be happy to support in that. But you would represent C2C as ambassadors. We would help with providing with talking points, slideshows, and the necessary materials you need to make a virtual learning session successful. The timeline of implementation for this is January 2025 to June 2025. If you'd like to commit to this engagement, please let me know during member deliberation. But if you need more time, please let our governance team know by no later than November 20th. Next slide, please. All right, so this is the last opportunity of engagement. This will seem very similar to what we had already discussed, what members feel that we need to do more as a body. So through in-person community engagement, we can ensure that our message is not only being heard, but it's being understood. So our goal is to foster deep understanding of how our data tools can be used to drive meaningful change in educational pathways and outcomes. So similar to the previous engagement opportunity, we'd lean on you all heavily as it are additional arms and limbs to extend our reach. So this last engagement opportunity is tied to our planned in-person events to reach Californians where they are. What does this look like in practice? We would lean on you all to spearhead the in-person events in your respective region. You are expected to host, facilitate, provide the venue for the event, and promote across your network. The office is available to provide support with co-hosting, providing promotional materials, printing necessary event resources, and helping to promote the event. I also wanted to make a note that if members want to volunteer for this, we ask that at least 3 members volunteer to co-host one event. We understand the limitations and the capacity constraints that folks have, so we want to ensure that you all are collaborating on this as much as possible with as much help that the office can provide. The timeline of implementation is January 2025 to June 2025. Again, if you would like to commit to this, you can please feel free to let me know during member discussion. Or if you need a little bit more time, please let me know or the governance team know by November 20th. Then the last slide. So just want to emphasize that this is a way for the office to have operationalized the sentiment that we received from this body, right? Like, how can we move forward and create lanes for members of this body to activate your basis? And this is the starting point. This is just the beginning. We'll have more opportunities for members to be able to collaborate with the office in a meaningful way. And just previewing for that at the next meeting in March, we'll provide opportunities for engagement as it has to do with the proposal process. Another topic of discussion from today. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions or accept any volunteers for any of the 3 engagement opportunities.
Thank you so much, Angelique, for that presentation. Before we open it for member discussion, I want to do another quick time check. We have like about 3-4 minutes of discussion time before we need to move into the administrative items to close out the meeting at 3:30. So that said, any members wishing to volunteer, we welcome your hands.
I'll happily volunteer for the first 2 now because there's no fiscal commitment. I have a question about the third one, which I'm happy to get involved with. Does the office have a plan for obtaining sponsorship dollars or supporting organizations with that for events like that?
We will have to check with our admin and with our admin team for operations as far as what we can do under budgetary constraints.
Okay, thank you.
Member Navarez volunteering for 1 and 2.
Member Gamboa volunteer for 1, 2, and 3.
Member Jones volunteering for 1 and 2.
Member Takagi volunteering for 1, 2, and 3.
Member Gonzalez, 1 and 2 for sure, 3 tentative based on numbers and what the budget looks on that aspect.
Member Nguyen volunteering for 2.
Thank you so much, members. What a robust response. That's exciting. If there are no other comments or reflections, I'd be glad to move us into the next items. Okay, we'll proceed to agenda item 15. That's general public comment. At this time, we'll open it again to members of the public for general comment. Stephanie, do we have anyone who'd like to make a comment?
There are no comments here in Sacramento. Let's move to Zoom. So for any members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment. Seeing no raised hands, I will close general public comment at this time.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you to the member of the public who has provided comments here today. We appreciate when the public shares their thoughts and insights with us and the time that you all have taken to be here. We'll now move on to agenda item 16, future agenda items. During this agenda item, we'll open it to members, followed by members of the public. At this time, folks can request items that they would like to see as future agenda items. Members, we'll start with you.
Less a distinct thing, more comment about future agenda items. Obviously, we missed a number of agenda items today, so hoping for the future, maybe process wise, if we have potential for a lot of conversation in the future, we scale down the agenda or maybe send out agenda topics to the board prior to the meeting to prioritize potentially based on what the timing might shape out to be.
Thank you. I see Member House-Ravi, your hand is raised. We're not able to hear you in the room.
Can you guys hear me now?
Lowly.
Let me
There we
see.
go. That's much
Is
better.
it better now?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, of course. So just like to echo Member Gottlieb's comments earlier around needing to have another meeting to discuss the remaining items, I'd like to see that and happy to propose that as a motion if it's helpful or needed. And secondarily, want to go back to my question at the beginning of the day, since we have not moved forward with one of the proposals and we get 3 slots for proposals to move forward to the feasibility study, is there an opportunity from a parliamentary procedure to then introduce one of the remaining proposals as the third option? So I guess 2-parted. One, I'd like to motion for a special meeting to be over Zoom to be scheduled, so there's no extra costs, and in the near future. And secondarily, to see, I'd like to get a clarity on whether or not we can introduce any of those remaining 3 proposals. Well, rather 2 now, since most of Member Navarez's proposal made it into Member Takagi.
I can answer part of it. We cannot discuss those other items today because they were not agendized.
Correct.
And so I think the question about a special meeting is more of a question to your colleagues and maybe to our administration.
Well, I would, oh, go ahead, sorry.
This is Marianne, the Executive Director. I think what I would like to do to your question is for our office to also assess just capacity to host additional meetings. Subject to that ability to, and the capacity to host an additional virtual meeting, then I think it's up to this body to ask that. But I think I do want to state that preparing for meetings, including virtual meetings, presents a non-trivial amount of work for our office. So I understand the concerns and I understand the discussion today, but I just want to in general state that our office prepares for 3 meetings of this board per year, and doing additional meetings would require additional workload. So I think I'm not prepared to answer that question fully right now, but I just did want to raise the resources question as well.
Something that may be helpful for members to know with respect to agenda item 13, which was an update on the student pathways dashboard. A similar item was presented to your colleagues on the Data and Tools Advisory Board. So it might be informative for you to watch the recording of that conversation. While the tenor of it isn't quite the same and that you'd just be watching, I'm sure our governance team can work with you to develop a feedback mechanism on that content should you wish to watch that recording.
Thank you, Leslie. Just to plug in, understanding that the items that were postponed due to timing, those are informational items, and our governance team does have plans to get this information shared with members after in your post-meeting email. So please keep an eye out for additional information from myself.
Thank you.
This agenda.
Sorry, I'm still wanted to add something else. I appreciate the comments about these material being shared. I still think we would need to have a meeting, a special meeting, and I would not like for the body to lose out on the third potential item that we could submit for feasibility study because we are running out of time. So I'd like to, I'm making an official motion to add a special meeting for sometime in the later this next month or the following month for this body to discuss what could be the third proposal.
Member Navarez, I second that motion because I'm hyper conscious of the workforce data task force information that was going to be shared and how that would be related to the amended proposal. So I would like to I really wanted to hear that information just going forward. So that's the other piece for me is I don't know if just seeing the presentation would have fulfilled my needs in that. So we're still talking. I'm also just going to say, because it specifically says convening a workforce data task force, and it has dates in January. So I had questions about what that meant, where that's happening.
Okay, so I think I want to be conscious of time and I want to be conscious of the requests that are being made. What I would like to propose is that our office take this request for an additional virtual meeting. I would like to consult with our governing board chair and chair-elect around kind of allocation of staff time, and then get back to you via email about the feasibility of having an additional meeting virtually between now and in March. Would that be appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Does that answer the questions that people have sufficiently? So we're going to see what we can do on that front.
I see in March, but my concern is that Tuesday, January 14th is the first date of, and so that was so we said March, but I'm concerned about the January timeline.
I'm sorry that I was speaking quickly. I meant an additional virtual meeting between now and your March meeting. Yes. Okay. So our office is going to consider the possibilities and then get back to the board via email. And if a meeting is scheduled, it will be noticed per usual so the public can engage.
Point of order, just want to clarify. So there is no action this board can take right now because the office needs to do an assessment. Is that what I'm hearing? As in the motion that I just made is out of order?
I don't think the motion's out of order. I think what Marianne was explaining is that she agreed that we still have to take it to our governing board chair and vice chair to make sure that they agree that we should use resources to hold that meeting. Because even if you take a vote on it, if the chair and vice chair are like, we don't want you to use your staff time to do this, we're going to be stuck without being able to do it. So I don't think you need to take a vote on that, since we've already said, yes, we're going to go ask the chair and chair-elect if we can do a special meeting.
Unless, can I propose, if it would give you more comfort, if you would like to take a motion to request the meeting, and then our office can be tasked with this, seeing if we can do that.
That would be fine as well.
If you would like to
I'm happy to
finalize the
do
request.
either. Yeah, no, I don't want to add extra. I mean, if the conversation will be had regardless, there's no need. But if it helps, happy to.
Okay. In the interest of time, if you can accept our commitment to have
Happy
that
to.
conversation and
Yep.
follow up with
Yep.
you, we'd love to proceed. This item is also subject to public comment. Stephanie, do we have anyone who wishes to make a public comment?
We have no commenters here in Sacramento at this time. Anyone attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you wish to make a public comment on future agenda items. Seeing no raised hands, I will close general public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. We'll now move on to our final agenda item of the day, adjournment. Thank you to everyone who joined us today, specifically our Community Engagement Advisory Board members, the C2C team, and the public for the invaluable input and support you provided today. Our achievements are the result of collective collaboration, and your ongoing support has been invaluable to our success. I was especially excited to see so many members volunteering to take on additional work to what you're already doing. So I'd love to see that. Our next public meeting will be our governing board meeting on Friday, November 15th. That meeting will be a hybrid meeting with a physical location in Sacramento, and we will ask all members to join us in person. Members of the public will have an opportunity to join these meetings in person or virtually via Zoom. More information will be forthcoming on the C2C website. I would now like to adjourn the meeting at 3:35 p.m. Thank you.